We are a peaceful people. Struggle is always struggle, and we don't look for trouble. Just ask around. But when outside faces from foreign places talk about taking over, we ain't backing down. We ain't giving up no mountains. We ain't giving up no tree. We ain't giving up no river that belongs to we. Not one blue sake, not one rice grain, not one grass, not a blade of grass. This land is all I know. We gonna make it somehow. We will bend like a bow and never break. Our fathers came here and they lived and died here, and we ain't moving nowhere. Make no mistake, 'cause we ain't giving up no mountain. We ain't giving up no tree. We ain't giving up no river that belongs to we. Not one blue sake, not one rice grain, not one grass, not a bit of grass. We love the open country of the Rupununi and the Essequibo. Take time on nights, though we may criticize it. This is our home, we love it, and we need to keep it. We have that right, so we ain't giving up no mountain. We ain't giving up no tree. We ain't giving up no river that belongs to we. Not one blue sake, not one rice grain, not one grass, not a bit of grass. So we ain't giving up no mountains. We ain't giving up no tree. We ain't giving up no river that belongs to we. Not one blue sake, not one rice grain, not one chorus, not a blade of grass. We are a peaceful people. Struggle is always struggle, and we don't look for trouble. Just ask around. But when outside faces from foreign places talk about taking over, we ain't backing down. We ain't giving up no mountains. We ain't giving up no tree. We ain't giving up no river that belongs to we. Not one blue sake, not one rice grain, not one grass, not a blade of grass. This land is all I know. We gonna make it somehow. We will bend like a bow and never break. Our fathers came here and they lived and died here, and we ain't moving nowhere. Make no mistake, 'cause we ain't giving up no mountain. We ain't giving up no tree. We ain't giving up no river that belongs to we. Not one blue sake, not one rice grain, not one grass, not a bit of grass. We love the open country of the Rupununi and the up no mountains. We ain't giving up no tree. We ain't giving up no river that belongs to we. Not one blue sake, not one rice grain, not one chorus, not a blade of grass.
Thank you, honorable members. Thank you, Opposition Chief Whip, for the forum. You may be seated, please. Honorable members, we now invite the honorable member, Mr. Sherrod Duncan, to make his contribution. Honorable member, your clock starts at 2:15:43.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you very much. Mr. Speaker, I wish to lend my voice and stand resolutely with my colleagues of the parliamentary opposition as we interrogate Budget 2023 presented by the Senior Minister with Responsibility for Finance within the Office of the President, Dr. Ashley Singh. This budget, of course, Mr. Speaker, is themed Improving Lives Today, Building Prosperity for Tomorrow. The honorable member says that this budget is supposed to be capturing the essence of simultaneous attention being paid to both the immediate issues and irritants of the day, as well as the longer-term investments need to be secured, the well-being of all Guyanese people well into the future. Who knew, Mr. Speaker, that the honorable member had such jokes? Who knew? By the time you get to the end of the budget, Mr. Speaker, you understand why Dr. Singh, the honorable member, was so heavily medicated during the initial presentation 2 Mondays ago. The average Guyanese, however, is not so lucky with fast access to drugs. As any visit to a health center would inform you, Mr. Speaker, 3 years on, 4 budgets later, the shelves at the health centers are bare. Mr. Speaker, I disagree with the tenor of Budget 2023. I disagree with the timbre of Budget 2023. I disagree with the economic underpinnings and the outlook of Budget 2023. I definitely disagree with the political philosophy of Budget 2023, and I most definitely Budget 2023 is a contradiction. Budget 2023. It is a big projects budget. But we have no issue there with big projects. But the PPP's history of big projects is a sordid one. Forgive me, if we're not backflipping on this side over big projects. It is the accountant par excellence, Alan Gulsturan, who was taking us through the failed projects we've had as a nation. Incidentally, all of them belong to the PPP. Failed project, Shelijagan International Airport, 138 million US dollars. Skeldon Sugar Factory, a big failed project. Started out at 150 million US dollars, ran up to 200 million US dollars. This is Alan Gulsturan writing for Starbuck News. The one laptop per family. Another big failed project, according to the learned accountant, Mrs. Speaker. And then we come to the fiber optic cable. And he didn't only tell us it was a failed project, he told us why. He said nothing was achieved, but the country saddled with debt. Starbuck News, April 19, 2022. Alan Gulsturan said that these projects failed completely to the 11 terms of their objectives, their outputs, their outcomes and impacts, thereby encumbering Guyana with public debt to the tune of 115 million US dollars, with little or nothing to show of the expenditure incurred. So, Mr. Speaker, we apologize if we're not backflipping on this side. The big projects laid out in this budget 2022, budget 2023. Thank you. It is not a good budget, Mr. Speaker. One commentator stated that it is not an economist's budget, it is a accountant's budget. And after hearing some of my honorable colleagues on the other side, Mr. Speaker, you get the impression it's not only the parliament, you get the impression it's the only parliamentary opposition that has issues with an otherwise brilliant budget, as stated by the honorable member, Pinja Prasad. But the independent commentator, Mr. Speaker, posited, notwithstanding, and I quote, the budget is a one-year program of the government. It should be informed by a larger vision of the government. It should be anchored in the government's national development strategy and at least a medium-term fiscal plan. Regrettably, the commentator says, the government does not have a national development strategy in Mr. Tether Budget 2023. Further contending, the commentator says, the International Monetary Fund has emphasized the importance of such a framework, the fiscal policy, to anchor such a budget. It is the 2022 Article 4 of that consultation report of the IMF, in which the IMF had recommended that budgets are set within a medium-term macroeconomic framework. And further, it was the Inter-American Development Bank which offered similar advice, Mr. Speaker. Its June 2018 policy brief had underscored that the magnitude of the country's oil revenues not be understated, and that the work should commence on a rule-based fiscal framework. I think what the commentator really meant is that budget 2023, Mr. Speaker, has no soul. The budget simply has no soul. Mr. Speaker, I did manage to ask an accountant his own impression of the commentator's refrain. It is not an accountant's budget. It is not an economist's budget, but rather an accountant's budget. And that accountant says that is an insult to accountants everywhere. Mr. Speaker, the great poet William Butler Yeats wrote in his epic ballad, The Second Coming, much like this dispensation of of the People's Progressive Party. The words ring true today as they ever were. Things fall apart that the center cannot hold. Mere anarchy is loose upon the world. Mr. Speaker, these words are prophetic, and as I said, as relevant as they ever were. Things fall apart because the center cannot hold. Things fall apart that the center cannot hold. In Guyana 2023, Mr. Speaker, things fall apart because the center just cannot hold. And mere anarchy is loosed upon our world. The Honorable Accountant is finding out the hard way that throwing money at problems don't mean you're solving them. And in 2020, we threw $329 billion at the problems we have. And then we mopped up with a $17.4 billion supplementary. Those were thrown at some of the problems we have as a nation. And yet, Mr. Speaker, things are still falling apart because the center just cannot hold. In 2021, we threw $383.1 billion at some of our issues, and then a supplemental of $21.3 billion and another of $26 billion respectively. And those problems yet persist, Mr. Speaker, because things are still falling apart. Why? The center just cannot hold. 2022, $552.9 billion, and then we top that up with a $44.7 billion supplemental budget, followed by another $47.3 billion. And here we are, things falling apart are the worst in 2023. By this time, you will think the government will understand throwing money alone at the problems will not fix them, will not solve them, Mr. Speaker. You all remember Dr. Ashley Singh, noting how persistent these issues are, that bedeviled him resorts to a new categorization of these troubles. Irritants of the day, he says, because he started with them in 2020, and yet they persist. And now we categorize them as irritants of the day. Similarly, Mr. Speaker, we have a similar categorization for the government. Irritants of the day. The Honorable Dr. Ashley Singh does not realize that things fall apart because the center cannot hold. And in Guyana, Mr. Speaker, the center is not holding. Mr. Speaker, the center is not holding. It is rotten. And that is why it is not holding. It is wicked, it is stink, and it's dirty. That's why it's not holding. Take housing, for instance. And this issue of squatting. Take housing. And this issue of squatting, Mr. Speaker. If our brothers and sisters in charity can go from squatters on that land to legal landowners, then our brothers and sisters at Caneview Mucker residents, the Caneview Mucker residents can go from squatters to landowner of that very same land. But the center in Guyana in 2023 is not holding. The Pigeon Island squatters can go from ownership, from squatting to owners and ownership of their land. Then the success squatters, Mr. Speaker, must have the same opportunities. We have different strokes for different folks in Guyana because the center, Mr. Speaker, is not holding. And if the squatters of Iflot Sideline Dam and Tushen Railway Embankment can receive their land titles, and the squatters of Amelia's Ward have their houses torn down, how can we say the center is holding? After 25 years of the PPP in housing, it's about time for a coherent policy on housing, or things will keep falling apart, and the center will definitely not hold. let me detain you here for a short while on the Honorable Dr. Ashley's phrase, irritants of the day, 4 budgets later, 3 years in. The Honorable Member Dr. Ashley Singh said this means ensuring decent quality community infrastructure, including community roads, drainage and irrigation structures, Mr. Speaker. We have had enough of these here-today, gone-tomorrow roads. That 100 million Burma Road was here one day, gone the next. They're still battling to understand Carifesta Avenue. It was there one day, gone the next. Silverton Road in Linden was there one day, gone the next. Haralooni Access Road was there one day, gone the next, Mr. Speaker. It's enough. And it's time we stop giving these contracts to friends, family, and favorites. Producing these here today, one tomorrow roads, Mr. Speaker. And let us bring back qualified contractors and get on with the job of building this nation. Irritants of the day, Mr. Speaker. Crime is all about overtaking us. 4 biggest budgets later. Criminal elements operate with impunity. Where is the crime prevention?
Okay, Honorable Member, you've been testing my patience. You used the word wicked, and I didn't want to correct the young chief whip for the opposition when he said it was not there. And then there are words, you get back your time. There are words which, if in the speaker's opinion, right? Yesterday, I don't know if you were here, I spoke about, I consider imputing the word giving contracts. That was the second one. And you just used criminal. So, I now ask that those words be struck and you continue to observe the parliamentary practice. You went back again. If I say you can't use it, you can't even try to explain. You don't use it.
I withdraw the truth, Mr. Speaker. I withdraw the truth. Where is the crime prevention plan, Mr. Speaker, that was promised in the extract of the People's Progressive Party manifesto, 4 biggest budgets later? Al-Madini supermarket, right in Kitty, around the corner from where we are, was robbed twice last week. Where's the crime prevention plan? The Honorable Minister Ben seemed asleep at the wheels. Where is the crime prevention plan? Choke and rob bandits have returned unchecked, pouncing any time of the day, anywhere on unsuspecting victims, Mr. Speaker. And of course, Ghana seems to be characterized by the wild, wild west, people being shot under dubious circumstances by police, Cecil Sampat, Sherwin Philly, Peter Headley, Orrin Boston are just a few of the names that come to mind. And then it seems as though whenever this administration comes back into power, it seems cocaine comes back. September 5th, 2020, 2 planes found with cocaine, Region 7. November 5th, 2020, Belgian police seized 11.5 tons of cocaine, a shipment from Guyana. May 21st, 2021, a foreign aircraft with over 100 pounds of cocaine found in Region 6, East Berbice quarantine. You had also in July 15, 2021, a burnt-out illegal plane found in the trail of Bisharuni, also suspected to be involved in narcotics. You had August 14, 2021, Caribbean Airlines plane intercepted at Miami with cocaine emanating from Guyana. November 4, 2021, 2 foreign men, a Colombian and a Venezuelan, nabbed with a small plane with cocaine. December 1, 2021, the law enforcement in the Netherlands intercepted more than 1,100 pounds of cocaine in a shipment that emanated from Guyana. January 20th, 2022. Guyana flag, the 3 containers, but this one's different now. Arms and ammunition to the tune of $5 million in Senegal, in Dakar, Senegal, emanating again from Guyana. Mr. Speaker, one would get the impression the national flag carrier is cocaine.
Honorable Member, January 26, 2023 at 2:32:08, you need an extension.
Thank you, Comrade Speaker. I do move if the honourable member can be given 10 minutes to conclude his presentation. But it's your discretion, sir.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chief Whip. Honorable Member, Mr. Duncan, you have 5 minutes to conclude.
Thank you, gracious Speaker. People are being gunned down in the streets of the wild, wild West Guyana with impunity. Delon Josiah, just recently, Anthony Charles, just recently in Durban Street, Rondell Haynes, Peter Gonzalez, we have Delron McKenzie, Devane McLennan, Odinga Anthony Haywood, Jaleel Lowe, Ricardo Fagundes, Sion Landon, Renal Umar Smith, Euclid De Silva, Daniel Fraser, and Shanika Ford are just a few of the names since August 2nd, 2020, who have been gunned down. If the Honorable Minister Robeson Ben is not up to the task, let us send him off to spend some time with his family. But this posture of strategic patience with criminal elements cannot continue, Mr. Speaker.
I'll have to do like a school teacher. Do you see where you went wrong? I actually withdraw the word. Thank you. Go ahead, Honorable Member.
But let us arrest crime now and protect our citizens. Things are falling apart, Mr. Speaker, and the center just cannot hold. Mr. Speaker, things fall apart. As I said, the center is not holding. Mr. Speaker, we learned very early as students at law the Latin phrase, audi alteram partem. This translates into hear the other side. It takes a certain kind of maturity to meaningfully hear the other side. We don't have to agree on all points. I want to believe that we all generally want the development of this country, Mr. Speaker. But we disagree on how we can get there. In 2020, Honorable Member Dr. Ashley Singh had a plan for prosperity, protecting our people in a COVID-19 environment. 4 biggest budgets later, COVID needs $2 billion now. How is that working out for us? Maybe we should listen to the other side, Mr. Speaker. In 2021, economic dynamism and resilience was the aim. Well, 8% inflation has now eaten that up, folks, from 0.9 in 2020, decimating those utopian hopes. In 2022, Mr. Speaker, the intent was steadfast against all challenges, resolute in building one Guyana. Today, the nation stands more divided than ever. Maybe we should listen to the other side. President Barack Obama, in his first inaugural speech in 2009, speaking to an equally divided nation, said, those who cling to power through corruption and deceit and the silencing of dissent.
Honorable Member, I'm not allowing the use of that word, and I ask that you continue to refrain from introducing words that we don't use in this House.
President Barack Obama, Mr. Speaker, in his first inaugural speech in 2009, speaking to an equally divided nation, said to those who cling to power through beep beep and deceit and silencing of dissent, know that you're on the wrong side of history, but that we will extend a hand if you are willing to unclench your fists, Mr. Speaker. That unclenched fist could begin to open, Mr. Speaker, by simply beginning to listen to the other side. And not just the parliamentary opposition. As I conclude, Mr. Speaker, Starbuck News in its editorial of January 23, 2023 notes that with the bountiful good news, there will inevitably be cautionary tales about the way forward. The oil bonanza continue to show early features of both the Dutch disease and the resource curse, Mr. Speaker. The man and woman in the street, the editorial says, continue to be at the mercy of the market forces that have pumped up the cost of living, particularly since oil production began. Increased demand in the food sector associated with the oil and gas industry have driven up prices for basic items, and nothing that the government has done since its term began has had a lasting effect on easing this burden. In the 10th installment of the Starbuck News Cost of Living series of that day, Mr. Speaker, of that day, the newspaper reports, ordinary folks have set out in excruciating details how difficult it has become to make ends meet. And finally, Mr. Speaker, as I conclude.
Well, beep, beep, your time is up, but I'll allow you to conclude.
Thank you very much, gracious Speaker. Mr. Speaker, Rama McCray analysis, focus on budget, National Budget 2023 is required reading, at least for anyone desirous of hearing the other side. The publication states, Mr. Speaker, despite the PPPC's manifesto commitment for better contract administration and renegotiation, the government is now so accommodating of the oil companies that the country's already weak laws are completely ineffective. Indeed, Mr. Speaker, the editorial, the analysis says, indeed, the failure to increase the 2023 budgetary allocation for the Environmental Protection Agency, its slothfulness in updating the 1986 laws or establishing an independent petroleum commission seems motivated by a desire for control and secrecy in government. Control and secrecy in government. And finally, Mr. Speaker, the publication states, one feature of this administration has been its increasing reliance on cash grants as a poverty cushioning measure, with the government's stubborn refusal to raise the national minimum wage. It seems that for some long time into the future, cash grants will be the principal tool of poverty reduction. That's the world's fastest growing economy. That the world's fastest growing economy, Mr. Speaker, is sustained by one of the lowest minimum wage in the world, sits uncomfortably with each other, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, things are falling apart in this country because the center just cannot hold. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. And now I invite the Honorable Minister of Local Government to make his contribution. Honorable Minister, at 2:39:40.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I think after speaking after Sherrod Duncan, the honorable member, I have the privilege of saying the opposition has just fallen apart. So, Mr. Chairman, Mr. Speaker, as I was listening to Mr. Duncan, I was contemplating what is it that I have to say during the course of this debate. So I said a silent prayer. And I was told just moments ago, fear not, the PPP is here to stay. Fear not, the PPP is here to stay. Mr. Chairman, over the last few days, we have heard quite a lot of arguments on this budget. But I think that when I listen to what has transpired on the opposite side of this House, their arguments are filled with paradoxes. Just now, Mr. Sherrod Duncan said, Honorable Member Sherrod Duncan said that he spoke out against cash grants, but at the same time was reading or quoting this in support of cash grants. Many of his comrades on the other side wanted to share the oil money out too. And then they spoke out against the Dutch disease. So I don't understand how to configure the context of their criticism of budget 2023. But I could tell you that this budget, a lot of hard work went into. A lot of hard work. Unfortunately, you didn't want to participate in the preparation of this budget. But what we have done over thousands of hours, thousands of meetings, led by His Excellency the President, we have gone to practically every single village of this country, across every single demographic, and we've gotten the support of every single person, and in some cases, some of you as well. And I'll tell you why in a few moments, why some of you support this budget, but publicly you are disagreeing because of your, you don't understand the nuances of the budget. So, yes, fair indeed. They're fair to speak publicly against the Little League values of their leader. So, Mr. Chairman, when this budget was coined, we did a lot of hard work. And the context of this budget, the policy framework of this budget, rests solidly on a One Guyana platform, irrespective of the pernicious language of members of the opposition on race baiting, against poor people, their vicious attacks against Amerindian development. We are going to steadfastly work on developing this country. And that is why our prayer, and my prayer especially, I've been guided, fear not, the PPPC is here to stay. Mr. Chairman, Mr. Speaker, the budget encapsulates a number of things. It is pro-poor, always pro-poor. Since 1946, when we started to become an entity and take life to this point, we have always been a pro-poor organization. Our values, our guiding principles have always been pro-poor. So when we spend money for poor people in villages. That is what we do. And most of this budget will be spent in villages across Guyana, and including the wards of the different municipalities across this entire country. Listening intently to the criticisms of the APNUFC, especially some of the regionally based MPs, saying that nothing is there for regional development. Outside of the sectoral ministries, the 10 regions of Guyana will spend in excess of $68 billion. $68 billion. More than $33 billion will go towards regional health. More than $13 billion will go towards regional education. And more than $17 billion will go towards regional agriculture. Who are the people that live in these communities? More than $35 billion will go towards Amerindian development across the budget. Who live in these areas? But they will never be able to stand and listen. But I'll quote from our good friend, a good friend of democracy, the Honorable Ralph Gonsalves. Take your licks like a man. Take your licks like a man. But of course, they'll be unable to stand the truth, because this is what we stand for. We stand for speaking the truth. So when this budget was designed, Mr. Speaker, it wasn't just designed with the paradoxes of the APNUAFC. We actually listened to people. We spent a lot of time across many hours, like I said, day and night, in treacherous circumstances in many cases, just so that we can get the values of our people in budget 2023. It is, for me, as Minister of Local Government and Regional Development, I've had the honor over the last 2.5, going to 3 years, serving people across this country. And a lot of these issues that are catered for, that are addressed in his budget, are issues that are alive. But the opposition will not understand that because they're never amongst people. They're never there listening to anyone. They're never, because the budget does not speak to personal aggrandizement. And as I speak of personal aggrandizement, Mr. Speaker, you know, there's this famous Jamaican reggae artist called Popcorn. And Popcorn said, numbers don't lie. But I know they're listening to me. And they have, Mr. Speaker, staff of the government that sit on the other side. They claim that this budget doesn't help public servants, the working class, poor people. But they will not tell you that the Secretary General of the Guyana Teachers Union, a non-qualified mistress or Mrs., in addition to a parliamentary stipend, nearly $250,000 a month, also earns as a non-qualified teacher an additional $213,000 per month. They wouldn't tell you, there's another teacher that spoke about the development on the East Coast in Haslington Grove, NDC. Earns again nearly $250,000 a month in this parliament, but also earns as an HM over $282,000 per month at one of our nursery schools in Georgetown. And then there's another one that teaches at St. Joseph's High School. Earns again here over nearly $250,000 a month. And then as a teacher at St. Joseph's High, earn $243,000 per month additionally. Then there is one from Linden of the famous virtual pig farm. In addition to the salary here, earns again over $200,000 per month, being one of the absent teachers at the Christianburg Secondary School, I think, New Silver City, sorry, Honorable Minister of Education. And then there's one from Region 1 who claims that ministers don't go out. But we've always been out in Region 1 and we've never seen him out, Honorable Ramjatan. We've never seen him out. The president was there just a few weeks ago. A massive crowd, the biggest crowd ever in Region 1 in terms of an outreach. The MP wasn't there, but you know what? He earns $250,000 nearly per month here in this parliament, and an additional nearly $233,000 per month as an absent teacher in Region 1. Again, depriving hinterland and especially Amerindian children. And then there is another one that comes from Region 6, who is the Chief Schools Welfare Officer in Region 6. Earns nearly $250,000 per month in the parliament. And again, they will come and regale us about their views on working class people, but also earn nearly $240,000 per month as a member of the regional administration of Region 6. So, Mr. Chairman, these are people on the other side who personally benefit. And then they have, all of them have a duty-free that I believe that many of them may have already sold for millions of dollars. More than $10 million.
But Honorable Minister, that is imputing, so.
Well, Mr. Chairman, so, Mr. Chairman, thanks for the guidance. But also, there are others who criticize us about a friends and family budget. They're members of parliament in the opposition. When they were in government, one of them spoke yesterday, earned more than $80 million in Region 7 on contracts. More than $80 million on contracts. And came here and spoke about friends and family. There's another one, and no school was built, indeed. And yet he built them. Then there is another one, a very senior member of the PNC, who always come here and say some of the most demeaning things towards the leadership of the People's Progressive Party Civic in Region 2. And people closely associated to them, when they were running the Public Works Department of the region, earned over $53 million in 2019. Those are the kinds of people that poor people out there must know who are in the opposition. They are the friends and family business, what they're doing. And then, of course, Mr. Chairman, if you permit me, in the rumor mill of the country, there are some who has multi-million-dollar US bank accounts, like a Capital One bank. I don't know, and it is purported that they've been selling a certain type of license, very coveted license in this country. And then there is another one, you know, the last government was a government of licenses, because there's another one who has always been, Kwame referred to them, Mr. Speaker, in whose account one of the biggest companies in Guyana is reputed to have put tens, maybe hundreds of millions of dollars.
Oh, yes, that is true. That is true.
Hundreds of millions of dollars. They're going to speak tomorrow, but I'm getting under Ramjitan's skin, Honorable Member. And then, Mr. Speaker, they claim and they want to question our accountability. They want to question our good governance. We are practicing good governance, that's why we're in government. That is why we're in government. Mr. Chairman, Mr. Speaker, Mrs. Speaker, for 3 years, between 2015 and 2018, they crushed this country. They crushed the economy of Guyana. And for 2 years after, 2018 to 2020, they imposed themselves above the constitution of our country. And for 5 months, Mr. Speaker, they rigged elections. Unfortunately for them, they rigged themselves out of government. Because you know why? Because numbers don't lie. Numbers don't lie. And you know, Mr. Chairman, Mr. Speaker, Mr. Speaker, we are so happy for technology, because all of these things that we are speaking about, they are recorded, and the PNC, the AP and UFC, they are globally known. They are a pariah to the people of Guyana. They are a pariah to the Caribbean. They have no credibility to come even in the parliament, Mr. Speaker, to speak about good governance. But we are going to work for the people of Guyana. That's a commitment of President Ali. That is a commitment written in the manifesto of the People's Progressive Party Civic. We are going to build this country with or without your pernicious language. Mr. Speaker, in 2021, I went to Mocha, as they've been speaking so eloquently and fluidly about Mocha.
Regularly.
Well, yeah, regularly too, huh? So when I went there, Mr. Speaker, I was invited by the residents of Mocha, and I was also invited by members of the farmers group. So we had this meeting the room, the building was jam-packed with people, spilled over to the outside on the
Road, still on the road.
Mr. Speaker, and whilst we were confabulating, I recall that there were some projects done during the AP and UFC period, approximating to about $10 million in 4 villages: Mocha, Betterforwachting, Buxton, and Ithaca. So I've had the privilege of going to all 4 of those villages during the course of our government. So when I went to Mocha, we started to inquire about this agricultural project. And they speak about having the heart and the concerns of people of Mocha. They spent $500 million. And as I stand before you, Mr. Speaker, there is no evidence, absolutely no evidence, of even a single plant, right? Not a pak choy, as my colleague Joe Hamilton said, Honorable Member. And you know what? Not the people of Mocha benefited. They gave a contractor from Region 2 $500 million to come to Mocha to dig drains. That is what they did. And now they are speaking about on behalf of the people of Mocha. And you know what, Mr. Speaker? Honorable Member Nemo Flubes was in the meeting, and she didn't get up to say a word to defend her regime. As a matter of fact, when I was leaving, I saw this woman, her head fully wrapped, walking up and down like she crazy. Honorable Member, well,
two things. I was very stern on the word giving awards. And then secondly, I think crazy might be unparliamentary.
Okay, mentally unsound. Mr. Chairman, and then, you know what, Mr. Chairman? I went to BV, the Vice President, based on some complaints residents made to him last year, sent me to BV, just beyond the mid of last year. Again, BV Primary School, we had a meeting, scores of people. And as we were again speaking to each other, discussing on the development of BV, 2 things we raised, because members of the public in BV raised with the Vice President this issue of them selling out the lands of the people of BV. If it was not for the Vice President of the Cooperative Republic of Guyana, Barajagdio, this country would not have known that the PNC-run NDC of BV was selling out the lands of the people of BV.
What?
Right? Yeah, it wasn't ancestral lands then. But they had already signed agreements, collected monies into their bank account. Thank God for Barajagdio, the people of BV are saved. And you know what too, Mr. Speaker? Another $500 million from the last government was put into an agricultural project in BV. And you know what the residents said? They said, Minister Nigel, tomorrow morning I want you to accompany us to BV back down. Nothing was done. $500 million, where is it? And you go to Ithaca, it's the same thing. Prime Minister led a delegation to Buxton. Same thing. $10 million, $2 billion. Mr. And this is the real Prime Minister too, and the real Brigadier. In flesh, not in a cardboard. So, Mr. Speaker, when we speak of friends and family, when we speak of good governance, when we speak of transparency and accountability, when we speak of development in all villages of this country, we speak on the platform laid by Cherry Jagan, continued by Sam Hines, by Janet Jagan, Barajagdio, Donald Ramatar, and now Dr. Mohammed Irfan Ali. This is not a stopgap budget. This has been in the making for decades. and we're going to get better next year, and we're going to get bigger next year. And you know the only thing that's getting smaller is the opposition to the PPP. That is what is getting smaller. The opposition, well, sorry, there are two things getting smaller. AFC also is getting smaller. Right? AFC is getting smaller. So, Mr. Speaker, we are moving where the people would like us. This is a budget that had national consultation. This is a budget that is going to build, repair, extend 30 schools outside of Georgetown during the course of 2023. This is a budget that will extend more than 13 dorms in our country, or repair or reconstruct. This is a budget outside of the 7 hospitals, the 6 regional hospitals, and the maternity and pediatric national hospital, all of international standard, will also intervene on more than 38 health facilities in the regions of our country. Mr. Speaker, we are spending, like I said, in addition to what the sector agencies are spending, more than 33.5 billion on regional health. Mr. Speaker, you can go to any facility across this country, any health facility, a health post, a health center, a cottage hospital, a district hospital, a regional hospital, or the Georgetown Public Hospital, the National Research Facility. And we have adequate drugs and medical supplies. Quite unlike 3 years ago, when most of the facilities were either empty or stocked with expired drugs. And naturally, we know how those were acquired. One of the reasons why they are so afraid of discussion of the Auditor General's report is because a lot of the mismanagement, the financial mismanagement, the irregularities occurred during that period. There is one of them from Region 9, an honorable member, who has always been coming here and making some very baseless statements. But I want to tell the people of Guyana, and particularly the Amerindian people of Guyana, that person, during the course of APNU AFC, just in Region 9, more than $165 million of grant support that was supposed to go to small business people and small households in Region 9 did not get to those people. I don't know if it stopped where that person was, but I can tell you also that the records will show that a member of that person's family earned millions of dollars from that grant. Similar to the barbershop, the multi-million-dollar barbershop. But you know, Mr. Speaker, they like to come here and always sound important. You know, in Borabisi, number 7 village, you know, we call them like, you know, they want to come and sound important, highty-tighty. No. We will expose them. And the people of this country must know that APNU AFC, whether by Norton or by Ramjitan, honorable members, will not be allowed to rewrite the history of this country. We will not allow them to rewrite the history of this country, because Popcorn said, numbers don't lie. We are going to tell people every single day. That is why they didn't come here to debate the budget. You notice they were speaking glibly about everything else but the budget. Because they know the pain that Guyanese people went through. They know how people suffered for 5 years. And I know that people still have challenges. The Minister of Finance knows that. The members of the cabinet know that. The Vice President, the Prime Minister, the President, they all know that. That is why so much money is going to address these concerns. Concerns that affect the daily lives of people. So there is nothing wrong with us giving cash grant to anyone, because if something was wrong, Norton, Honorable Member, Ramjatan, Honorable Member, they would have all refused the cash grant. But we have evidence that they all signed for it. They all signed for it.
Including David Granger.
Including, yes, they all signed for it. So don't come here and preach about something that you are guilty of. You know, you're collecting and you still come in and speak out against it. So, but you know, they have done so much damage to this country. But there is this disease. I don't know if the Minister of Health can configure a medication to treat this disease. It is called plausible deniability. That is how AP and UAFC used to govern. And the problems that this country has, structural damage that they cause to national psyche, to the legal system, especially the Constitution, to the daily lives of people, this budget is addressing some of those things. But we have a far way to go to addressing all of the things. We are dealing with all of these, Mr. Speaker. And so, when Mr. Ramjatan spoke a few days ago about retrenching, well, he used a very fancy term. It's called right-sizing. For the people of Region 6 and Region 5, where I come from, and for those of us who have had the honor and dignity of sharing a history with sugar workers, Ramjatan's right-sizing means they knock off your family. They knock off your family. And it hurt me because my grandparents, they either were shovel gang or cane cutter. And to see him look so excited to say that they were right-sizing, they were happy to say that they were knocking off sugar workers. Mr. Chairman, Mr. Speaker, how can people countenance that kind of hypocrisy? But you know what?
That's why the people right-size them.
Exactly. The people have right-sized them. And so, and tomorrow they are going to, and later on they are going to come and speak about all of the things that they've done. They are going to come and speak about all of the things that they've done. When they spoke here over the last few days, not a single one of them could provide a shred of evidence. Mr. Jordan, the honorable member from Lovely Last Village, West Coast, Borbis, spoke about what is happening in Region 5, that 135 streets are being done in Region 5. But he didn't say for 5 years. The first thing they did in Region 5 in 2015 was to take away the street lights in Region 5. From Bath Settlement, from Bushlot, from Cotton Tree, from Blairmont. They took them away. But they left the ones in Hopetown and Belladrum and elsewhere, and took the ones from Bath, Bushlot, Cotton Tree, and Blairmont and Linden. That is where they took them. They're not going to come here and say that. And you know what too, Mr. Speaker? He spoke again about the roads, that in number 7 village, where I am from, that there are a few roads that are going to be done this year. Number 7 village is the only constituency in the Bel Air Woodlands NDC that the People's Progressive Party Civic won. Between 2015 and August 2020, August 1st, not even one brick in number 7 village. I left that village at 10 years old, and we used to walk with our big toes sunk on the dams. Mr. Speaker, now these streets are being built. But you know what he didn't say? That in Lovely Loss, the streets were done. He didn't say that. He also said that we're building streets in Claremont. In the year 2019, a street of 8.5 million, a meager 8.5 million, was spent in Claremont. He didn't say, and he said not, we're building in Shieldstown. A meager people of the Cooperative Republic of Guyana. APNU spent just over $5 million on the people of Shieldstown. You know why? Because they vote People's Progressive Party Civic.
To shield you from an incomplete presentation, I'd have to ask someone move an extension to conclude.
Mr. Speaker, I'd like to ask that my honourable colleague be given more time to conclude his very informative presentation.
Thank you, Minister Teixeira. Honorable Minister Damlal, you have 5 minutes to conclude.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And then they spoke of bad settlement. Mr. Speaker, bad settlement is the biggest village in West Berbice, in Region 5. Thousands of people. Thousands of supporters of the People's Progressive Party Civic. Hundreds of streets. Only 10 are being done this year. But you know what? In 2019, they spent $14.7 million on part of the street in Bad Settlement, West Coast, Berbice. And they come here and speak to us about what we are doing for One Guyana. Every single village of this country, has seen attention from every budget of the People's Progressive Party Civic, and since President Ali has been the President of the Cooperative Republic of Guyana. Every single village. And then they speak out against the employment program. But we are employing people as a commitment. They were right-sizing people, they were knocking off people. That is their legacy. So it must hurt them. So, Mr. Chairman, we have a lot of work to do. We got to build these regions. There will be more monies going into our local democratic organs. Every single region this year received more money than last year, and a lot more than 2019, 2018, and the years of the AP and UFC, including 6211, where the chairs of the regions. As a matter of fact, Region 7 has $60 million this year in 6211, and Region 10 has $47 million, much more than Region 2, Region 3, Region 5, and almost as Region 6 and Region 9 that the People's Progressive Party Civic won. So I don't know what they didn't read the budget. I don't know how they represent people. They didn't read the budget. So, Mr. Speaker, also we're going to be spending a lot of money on community infrastructure because we have to build this country to take it forward. We have to remove garbage. We have to make sure that we keep the place clean. I know they don't come out and support the removal of garbage, but with or without the AP and UFC, we are going to get the place clean. We are going to clean our drains, we are going to build our roads, and our communities are going to look different. Our country has to be modern. That is the type of country President Ali wants, not a country with a cardboard president. We have a president that people touch, they feel, they speak to, that he responds to on a daily basis. Mr. Speaker, they speak about the elderly, and they speak about what they have done, what we should do more for elderly people and for students. But again, my colleagues have already said what they have done, or what they couldn't do, or what they refuse to do for children. Imagine, children of this country. Imagine old people of this country. The elderly people, in 2.5 years, we have increased pension by more than 60%. More than 60%. Much more than they did in the 5-year period. So, moving forward, I believe that the people of Guyana, they understand, they know much better than what the 31 in the opposition have been saying. We continue to look forward to their support. They know that they have a government that is working for them, a government that is always going to be there alongside them. We also have a country that has profile now. Everywhere someone wants to speak to President Ali. Everywhere, so UTAD is arranging meetings around this world because why? Guyana has image now. Guyana has image now. We are now competing on the global stage. We couldn't do that 3 years ago. The only thing we were known for 3 years ago on the global stage is rigged elections. We have a democracy now, and we will continue to work with our people to build this country. More tractors are going to go to the local democratic organs. City Council is going to get more money, as we will do to all the municipal councils in the country. As a matter of fact, at the end of last year, when we were balancing the books at City Council, Honorable Minister of Finance, $216 million they have from this government waiting to be spent at City Hall. The City Hall, we will rebuild it. It's an historic structure. It is one of the landmarks of our country. They couldn't do it, we will do it. The things that they couldn't do and that they are now casting shadows on, we are going to make them reality. So, Mr. Speaker, on behalf of the Ministry of Local Government and Regional Development, 17,099 staff compared to 12,715 when APNU was in power. That is employment. Thousands of people more employed, plus 11,000 part-time workers, and thousands more are going to be employed during the course of the next few weeks. Mr. Chair, Mr. Speaker, the vision of President Ali, the commitment of our manifesto, we are working for the people of Guyana. And I want to say once again to the people of Guyana, fear not, the People's Progressive Party Civic is here to stay. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Honorable Minister Damlal. I now call on the Honorable Member, Ms. Annette Ferguson, to make her presentation.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I am honored to join my colleagues on this side of the Assembly to contribute to the $781.9 billion 2023 budget debate under the theme, Improving Lives Today, Building Prosperity for Tomorrow. Before I proceed further, Mr. Speaker, kindly indulge me for a few seconds. I take pleasure in extending best and warmest wishes for 2023 to you, your family, and all members of Parliament and their loved ones. And also to commend my colleagues who came before me for a job well done. And I know those coming after me will continue the excellent presentation or performances. It is my desire, sir, to see behavioral change, a collective relationship between the opposition and government members of Parliament this year. It is time, Honorable Priya Manik-Chan, we get it right. Let 2023 be the year of renewal and repositioning. Let us operate with maturity. Let us exude a high degree of professionalism and impartiality. We need to remind ourselves, Honorable Manik-Chan, that we were all elected by the electorate to address their issues and not to attempt to score cheap political party points. The struggle is real, Honorable Priya Manik-Chan, out there. And it is in this House that we, as responsible representatives, ought to find common ground for bettering the lives of our people and moving Guyana forward in accordance with our motto, one people, one nation, one destiny. This one Guyana first continues to divide our people and country. Let's stick with our national motto, which has been the focus of all political parties and our citizens since independence. Quoting from the first paragraph of the poet, or the poem Still I Rise, by the great civil rights activist and poet, the late Maya Angelou. And this is what she had to say, Maya Angelou, and this is what she had to say, Honorable Speaker. You may write me down in history with your bitter, twisted lies. You may tread me in the very dirt.
Minister, I've been stopping people using unparliamentary words, even in quote, and you've actually used that word twice. I think farce was the first time.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Bitter, twisted, beep, beep. You may tread me in the very dirt, but still, like dust, I rise, unquote. Well, today, I am here to participate in Budget 2023 after being away from this honorable house for 6 months due to the injustice meted out to myself and 7
Honorable member, you know, imputing the matter was taken to the privilege committee and a position was adopted and you have returned. I don't know about any injustice. What about the injustice you caused? The broken mace right before me. Look. You may continue now.
We are all here today. We are all here today. To God be the glory. Mr. Speaker, this 2023 budget is yet another for the enrichment of friends, families, and favorites aligned to the PPPC regime. It has absolutely nothing for the ordinary public servants, our teachers, low-income workers, and other vulnerable communities. This year, I am asking, whose lives did Honorable Dr. Ashley Singh have in mind to improve? Last year's budget was delusional and hopeless for the poor. It is crystal clear that only friends, family, and favorites benefited. These included huge contracts for friends, many of whom neither have the experience or expertise for huge. And Mr. Speaker, just last week, I had the opportunity of being on the quarantine. I heard barbers, vendors from the market became overnight contractors and building roads and bridges. That is why we're having the substandard works before us. And those who benefited from undocumented cash grants and other handouts. These beneficiaries seem set to continue, Honorable Dr. Ashley Singh, on the path of building prosperities for tomorrow. In essence, Mr. Speaker, those whose lives improved last year will continue to benefit, to prosper tomorrow. That is the reality, Honorable. I was anticipating to see in Budget 2023 how this PPPC regime will address the 48% of our population already living in poverty. According to the World Bank, report of Guyana, October 2022. Notably also is the information provided by the Food and Agriculture Report. And I guess my colleagues on the opposite side of this house, they would have dealt with that particular issue where it speaks to undernourished. So this should be of concern to the regime, since from all indication, Guyana's population is catered for in the total population size. Yet the biggest budget to date from oil revenues made possible by the coalition government is not addressing the needs of the vulnerable communities. The 2023 budget is heavily focused on roads. Priya, it is focused on bridges. Priya, it is focused on other infrastructure, gas to shore project, the new Demerara Harbor Bridge, construction of hotels. We just have one behind here, but lacks input for the human and social development needs of our citizens. Mr. Speaker, I don't know whether members from the government have read or taken note of the recent comments on this budget by right-thinking Guyanese. However, I would like to draw the honorable members' attention to G.H.K. Lals. And this is what he quoted Budget 2023. Budget 2023, a measly 1.7% for relief for struggling workers. And this was carried in Village Voice, January 17, 2023. Peeping Tom also added his voice. And this is what he said in his columns of January 18th and 19th. Budget 2023 was crafted in La Land and an accountant's rather than an economist budget. Additionally, Mr. Speaker, the GPSU in a headline report carried by Kaicher News, January 21st, 2023, Budget 2023 does not cater for the poor working class. And a letter to the editor, January 19, 2023, and this is what Mr. Norman Brown had to say. Budget 2023 is the highest of the country, unquote. The budget is true, Mr. Speaker, the budget is true PPP style, only focuses on macro and not micro. APNU was always a good life for all, which was achieved. The PPP is only about the private sector and the rich getting richer and the poor poorer. This was a text message sent to me after the reading of Budget 2023 from a very good friend of mine. And this is what another member had to say from civil society. Mr. Speaker, this too was shared with me. It's 62% growth, yet the tax threshold increase only gives persons 0.5% increase in take-home of salary. Mr. Speaker, as I stated in a letter to the editor some time ago, Guyanese should no longer be taken for granted. People read widely and they internalize things, hence the interesting comments I just shared. Honorable Dr. Ashley Singh, in his introductory remarks, went down memory lane, peddling misinformation to cause aspersions on the PNC and coalition governments. He, however, failed to include the many atrocities and infractions committed on Guyanese by the PPPC between 2010 and 2014, which include the coveting of ancestral lands out at Spar Dam on the east coast of Demerara. The forensic report of October 20, 2016 tells it all. A copy was laid in the National Assembly by yours truly during Budget 2022. It also, if not all allottees paid below market value, extrajudicial killings, victimization, discrimination, flawed projects, and we've heard it throughout my colleagues' presentations. The Skeldon Sugar Factory expansion project, $220 million US. What an embarrassment. The Amila Hydroelectric project, $840 million US. Marriott Hotel, $58 million US. The one laptop per family program, $27 million US. The e-governance fiber optic cable, $32 million US. The specialty hospital, $18 million US. The ongoing travel CGIA expansion, $150 million US. I'm not forgetting, Mr. Speaker, the troubled Berbice Bridge, where $48 million US was injected. That engendered public criticisms. He also, Mr. Speaker, failed to make mention of all the infractions committed by his regime since their illegal installation to office in 2020. No mention was made of the weaponizing of the courts, abusing of the Constitution, the famous revelations, Mr. Speaker, the famous revelations of Sue Gates and Jack Dio.
Mr. Speaker, I rise on a point of order in 416 in relation to imputing improper motive once again, and I can't have on the record that the honourable member has said that there's an illegal installation in office.
An illegal
installation in office. I cannot have that.
I didn't hear that, but I checked the records.
I don't want to interrupt her. I understand she may be in a fragile state.
Honourable Minister, I'll check the record, and if it's so, I will make the proper decision. Honourable Member, you may continue, but again, that particular word may have slipped me, but we'll check in. Please continue.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
When you leave out the words that are unparliamentary, you're going really, really good.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And how his regime intends to address the inhumane treatment of our brothers and sisters who were dismissed from their public service jobs and replaced by friends and family of the PPP. Those who had their personal properties bulldozed and demolished in Cane View, Mocha, and removed from ancestral lands they were occupying over 30 years. Mr. Speaker, at paragraph 4.37 of the budget speech under the subhead, sugar, there is a stated figure, and I quote, that over 7,000 sugar workers were severed. If one examines budget speeches of 2022 and 2021, we're getting varying figures. But Mr. Speaker, I want to set the record straight when it comes to the amount of persons who were severed from the sugar industry. Yesterday, my colleague asked or challenged the Honorable Speaker to produce to the National Assembly a list detailing the 7,000 workers that were severed. But Mr. Speaker, the Hansard of 2016, would say this, Mr. Speaker. For the records, may I remind and point the members on that side of the House to the official report of the 85th sitting of the National Assembly of Friday, 19th January 2018. And page 5 of that record reveals that the services of 4,763 sugar workers were severed. And I'm going to repeat, 4,763 sugar workers were severed from Gaisuku. The disaggregated figures are as follows, Mr. Speaker. 1,851 workers from Skeldon Sugar Estate, 1,181 workers from Rose Hall Sugar Estate, 1,480 workers from East Demerara Sugar Estate, and 251 sugar workers from the Wales Estate. Mr. Speaker, it will give us a total of 4,763 persons were severed from the sugar industry. The records are there. I'm going to lay it over. Additionally, Mr. Speaker, I like many Guyanese, I'm disgusted at the repeated chorus of 200 new taxes imposed on Guyanese by the coalition. Being sung by the PPPC, after 8 years, Mr. Speaker, they are yet to make public the list detailing these so-called 200 taxes. On the other hand, Mr. Speaker, the Honorable Member, Mr. Alistair Charney, during his contribution to budget on Tuesday stated, and I quote, increased taxes, VAT on hinterland fuel and travel, unquote. May I encourage the Honorable Member to verify facts and not to involve himself to be immersed in other people's work. However, to dispel the misinformation provided by the Honorable Member, allow me, Mr. Speaker, to provide the information, and it was carried in Guyana Chronicle, January 31st, 2017, and this is what the headline read: no VAT on air travel for hinterland residents. Government warns against price gouging. Mr. Speaker, I am going to lay it over so that it can be circulated to the honorable members. Also, Mr. Speaker, the evidence is there to substantiate that in 2018, the coalition government granted amnesty to delinquent taxpayers. Also, there was a reduction on the excise tax on importation of overland transportation, where hinterland regions, Mr. Speaker, benefited. And we can find this in budget speech of 2018, pages 78 through 79. The imposed 16% VAT, Honorable Manichan, by the PPPC in 2000 was amended to 14% by the coalition government. Public servants benefited from a 77% increase in less than 5 years. Yes, Mr. Speaker, the coalition without oil wealth did far more in less than 5 years compared to what my fellow colleagues on the opposite side did not do in 23 years pre-May 2015. Therefore, sir, the coalition government was prudent and better management or managers of our nation's resources. Mr. Speaker, I now turn my attention to the housing and water sectors, a sector which affects every citizen in Guyana. It is up to remind ourselves that it is a constitutional right for affordable housing to be made available to our people. The provision of housing is pivotal to the achievement of larger development goals, such as economic development, social equity, and social cohesion. Therefore, Mr. Speaker, the robust implementation of an excellent strategic plan on housing and land use is critical to the alleviation of poverty and improving the quality of life for our people. Since being installed into office in August 2020, the PPPC government has sought to give the impression that nothing was done in the housing sector between 2015 to July 2020. Sir, in 2017, an assessment was done to determine the state of the housing sector. The findings were quite disturbing, since the housing program implemented over the previous 2 decades focused primarily on divestment of land and development of the services and schemes. Despite the intended purpose of the CHPA, there was no robust strategy for the housing of low income and those at the lower end of the middle income earners bracket. Further, Mr. Speaker, what the honorable members who sit at the helm of this sector will not report to the nation is that the model used pre-May 2015 was unsustainable, thus causing approximately 28,000, which is equivalent to 45% of the 63,257 lots allocated to remain unoccupied. This, sir, was because of many factors such as affordability issues, lack of social facilities and services, inadequate and incomplete infrastructure, proximity to economic opportunities, and the challenges associated with households accessing finances to undertake their own home ownership. Mr. Speaker, members of the House should know that during the 2011-2015 period, because of the model I alluded to earlier, witnessed a far lower occupancy level of approximately 18.7%. Listen and learn, madam, listen and learn. While we constantly hear the drumming and the beating of 50,000 house lots by this PPPC regime and the billions invested thus far, we are yet to see and hear of a housing vision or a housing policy. Contrast this with the coalition government's approach to housing. Our plan, we had a plan from 2017 to 2020 was to avail 10,000 housing units. We also charted a new policy direction for the housing sector, promised on the following: higher density schemes, Mr. Speaker, which speaks to the issue of construction of townhouses, apartments, etc. Right? Relocation and resettlement of persons who occupied unregulated lands. Consolidation of existing housing schemes, that is to ensure that infrastructure, the incomplete infrastructural works, Madam Rodriguez, that was left pre-May 2015, that is what we were going to do. Mr. Speaker, I know I'm getting them hot. I'm getting them hot when it comes to housing. Tickling them, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, partnership with co-op societies. Mr. Speaker, you know, a picture tell 1,000 words. We're hearing about LBI. We distributed lands at LBI, but this is the state at LBI. A pasture at the moment. A pasture at the moment. This is what ordinary people are going through. Lowlands, this young, rather than taking the bulldozer and all the machines you all took into Caneville to bulldoze people, you should have taken those very machines to LBI and get the people lands ready. Mr. Speaker, look, the cows grazing, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, look, waste of taxpayers' money, all the pipelines, there's no infrastructure. You know, Mr. Speaker, I was the photographer on the ground. Look what is happening, all the pipelines, Mr. Speaker. On entering the area, Mr. Speaker, I noticed 6 piles of Wallaby posts, the Northern Lantern posts to implant for electricity, and up to now, you cannot, the people who got their titles and who got their allocation, they cannot access those lands. Mr. Speaker, you know what is happening? The monies close to 29 billion for 2022. You know where the monies are being spent? The monies are being spent on the Mandela to Eccles Road. Look what is happening there. Huge structures are going up. When you have the ordinary Guyanese, the ordinary public servants who cannot access their lands to start construction. Mr. Speaker, this is a bridge in the LBI area. This area is currently underwater. Mr. Speaker, another picture tells the story. Mr. Speaker, at number 75 Village, this is what is happening, Madam Susan Rodriguez. This is what is happening. And all we're hearing, well, I'm telling you, there's no work currently ongoing where these lands are constructed. This is what is happening, sir.
Honorable member, this is what is happening now. You'll need an extension.
Thank you. Comrade Speaker, I move that the honourable member be given 5 minutes to conclude her presentation.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chief Whip. Honorable member, you have 5 minutes to
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, while I applaud the government for building a few houses in the Commons Lodge area, I did a site visit, Mr. Speaker, and this is what is currently existing in the Commons Lodge area. No contractors on site, Mr. Speaker, and this is what is happening when our people are waiting for housing. Mr. Speaker, you know, they said we didn't do anything in the housing sector, but let me just run through quickly, Mr. Speaker. You know, Mr. Speaker, they were able to inherit from us a $34.5 million US. And this is to provide sustainable subsidies for core homes support and home improvement subsidy. We also had the IDB funded for the National Housing Strategy. That is to show that we were thinking, you know, government that really want, you know, have the ordinary people at our hearts. Mr. Speaker, we were able to, they're saying that we never develop housing schemes across this country. But Mr. Speaker, it would be unfair of me not to at least highlight the achievements of the coalition government. We were able to develop 22 new housing schemes, Madam Susan Rodriguez. We were able to expend close to $3 billion in installation of electrical installation. Mr. Speaker, we expended $2.7 billion to fix the substandard works at the 1,000 housing projects there in Perseverance. Mr. Speaker, we upgraded roads in CHPS schemes, regions 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 9, and 10. Mr. Speaker, I know the time is my time is running, but I know for a fact that we did a whole lot of work in the water sector, Mr. Speaker. We improved water quality and testing countrywide. GWI negotiated and executed a smart meter plan. We replaced over 100 manhole and 100 sewage chamber across the capital city of Georgetown, and the list goes on, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I now turn briefly my attention to the high cost of living. But Mr. Speaker, you know what? I was able to examine budget 2023, and in the budget, I cannot find any provisions for Silica City. But Guyanese are being romanced. Guyanese are being told about this new city, Silica City. Is this another Padovale tree? I'm just asking a question. Mr. Speaker, the high cost of living is killing our people. And I would want to say to the government, for the home, for the law, for the mortgage relief ceiling, I would like to recommend to this government, you love public servants so well. You speak so highly of them. Many of them, you said that 12,000 will now move from the threshold. So I'm saying to you, it is time the government find workable solutions to help our public servants access loans. If you got to call in the banks, work with them so that our people can have access. Someone who is earning at 81,000, a take home might be 20,000. That woman cannot go to the bank with 20,000 to access a $20 million loan. Mr. Speaker, in concluding, Mr. Speaker, the PPPC regime must act responsibly in the use of our financial and other resources for the benefit of all Guyana. The opposition has throughout this week made several brilliant recommendations, which the regime should consider and have included in the budget. Let's work together to make this $781.9 billion budget one that begins the positive transformation of the lives of all Guyanese. Therefore, Mr. Speaker, for the reasons advanced earlier, with a heart of compassion and love, I cannot give support to the budget in its current formation. Finally, sir, I leave Galatians 6:7 for us to meditate on. And this is what it says: do not be mocked. God is not mocked, for whoever, for whatever a man soweth, that will he also reap. Simply put, Mr. Speaker, what this scripture is saying to us, if you sow evil, you will reap evil. If you sow good, you will reap good. I thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. May God continue to bless us, and may God continue to bless our dear land, Guyana.
Amen. Thank you, Honorable Member. And now, for the Honorable Minister of Housing and Water, the Honorable Minister Colin Crowe. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Speaker, it is an honor to stand in support of the national budget for the fourth time in less than 3 years. 2023, presented by my colleague, the Honorable Dr. Ashni Kumar Singh, provides this nation with a precise blueprint of the future that is to come under this PBPC government. It balances infrastructure development with modern systems for the delivery of social services that will significantly and positively impact the quality of life enjoyed by all citizens. But more importantly though, it puts the needs of our citizens at the center of every project, of every social intervention, of every policy. It is truly a representation of the vision of this PBPC government for our beloved country. Mr. Speaker, if nothing else, the onset of the pandemic and the subsequent ramifications it visited to the world taught us that in a flash, everything can change. Though it took the folks across on that side of the aisle 5 grueling months to give up the power they were stealing from the people, many lives were...
Honorable Minister, I don't think stealing is one of the words we permit.
Though it took the folks across the aisle 5 grueling months to understand what democracy means and to not take away in front of the eyes of our citizens what belongs to them, and that is they expect nothing better than good governance and democracy. Many lives were lost, Mr. Speaker. Livelihoods were wiped out, but still we can boast of the gains that we have made as a government and as a people despite the odds. Mr. Speaker, our achievements are worth repeating.
Honorable Member, Ms. Ferguson. Put on the mic, please. Honorable Member. Good.
Mr. Speaker, I stand on Standing Order 41. 41-6, Mr. Speaker. And this is what it is saying. No member shall impute improper motive to any member of the National Assembly. So, Mr. Speaker, the honorable member just made mention that many lives were lost, right? So, from my interpretation, Mr. Speaker, it sounds as though we on this side of the house were involved in the lives of persons as he claims, so perhaps he may need to clarify that.
Thank you very much, Honorable Member. Honorable Member, we've seen many general statements being made, and in this particular instance, I can't rule in your favor. Continue, Honorable Minister, your time is not lost.
Our achievements are worth repeating, as in just under 3 years, through the vision of His Excellency Dr. Mohammed Irfan Ali and the incomparable strength in leadership of this PBPC government, we are charting the course of the fastest growing economy in the world. And unlike the opposition, who for 5 years wasted hundreds of opportunities to harness the powers from the oil and gas sector to better position for our people to benefit every citizen, we have gone full steam ahead to craft For example, a better local content policy, amended the Natural Resource Fund Act to make managing our oil wealth more efficient. We have successfully accessed carbon finance market, became the world's first jurisdiction scale country to be issued our carbon credits from our forests. We have awarded 14,000 scholarships to students of every race and region of Guyana. We have increased home ownership by 20,500. These achievements, Mr. Speaker, are only a few of the biggest gains we have made in under 3 years. Please sit, I'm coming to you just now. On this note, I wish to congratulate the Honorable Vice President, Dr. Barra Jagdeo, for recognizing that all those years ago and championing the cause for payment for our forests. Today, we are reaping the benefits of his vision for the low carbon development strategy. Mr. Speaker, by 2025, Guyana will have a modern 4-lane bridge across the Demerara River, an onshore gas and natural gas plant, new, more developed road and water networks. Our skyline will be transformed with an influx of modern architecture, and the people of Guyana will benefit from better and more immediate access to social and health services. The manifesto promise of 50,000 house lots will be kept, and above all else, the people of our country will benefit from a more comfortable life. The point I wish to emphasize, Mr. Speaker, and to this Honorable House, is that we on this side of the House did not just win the 2020 election, but we are building, we are fortifying and consolidating the confidence that the electorate has placed in us, and the evidence of our competence to guide our nation is all around to see. That's right. Mr. Speaker, the 2023 budgetary allocations for the Ministry of Housing and Water builds on the gains that the ministry has made in 2020 and 2021. To this end, the ministry, we have allocated, as I just said, over 20,500 house lots. We have established over 50 new housing areas. We have upgraded and installed infrastructure in 43 existing housing areas. And so in reference to 22, a few minutes ago, Mr. Speaker, that's over 5 years duration, and I challenge that figure where I'm speaking here of under 2 years. We have built 827 low, moderate, high-income houses, young professionals. A further 527 are in various stages of construction. The investment cost for these houses saw an injection of $7 billion. We have enacted the Condominium Act of 2022, which was assented to by His Excellency, and the regulations was gazetted, which now gives legal protection to the owners of the very duplexes that the previous member just spoke about. They are now able to come to the ministry and sign up for their title. The very duplexes that was just boasted about, none of those persons, none of the 80 beneficiaries could have signed for their title. Mr. Speaker, the Condominium Act, which received partial support from the opposition, will also see an opportunity for those persons to introduce more modern methods of housing. It is long overdue, and it has brought tremendous relief to the 40-odd owners, as I said. Mr. Speaker, we've also regularized many areas, and we've reduced squatter settlements from 19 to 13. We have processed over 4,265 certificate of titles and transports. We have injected over $50 billion into the Central Housing and Planning Authority. We have commissioned, and the reference was just made about a policy. We have commissioned and we've completed the study on the regularization for squatter settlements, and very shortly we will be bringing that report to the House. We have brought legislation to this House for the establishment of the single window system for development permits. Mr. Speaker, this piece of legislation was highly anticipated, and it paves the way for a more cohesive, less bureaucratic, more efficient system for the submission, processing, and approval for all planning and development applications. And I want to thank the Office of the Attorney General, the staff of Central Housing and Planning Authority, especially the Planning Department and the Legal Department, the partner agencies that are involved or affected by this activity for the work they have done to allow us to bring this legislation. As we speak, the IT consultants are here in Guyana conducting meetings with the technical staff as well as the 16 other partner agencies which are named in the legislation as they are part of the application process. This legislation, Mr. Speaker, in simple terms, will end the burdensome, will end the bothersome, will end the endless running around that home builders, contractors, investors, and the private sector do when they are seeking to construct a building. They lose valuable time from printing and expenses from printing and reprinting, chasing after a piecemeal approach to various agencies to inquire on their approval. Shortly, we will be conducting sessions with various agencies and our partner agencies so that they can be familiar with the new process. This new system will bring more efficiency and therefore more effective. It will lead to greater transparency. This project is on schedule, Mr. Speaker, and is expected by the end of June. We will be going live to fully launch the IT platform. Mr. Speaker, coming on stream of the single window is the testimony of the vision of transformation that this government is promoting. We are using technology to implement processes which can develop outcomes that are people-focused and cost-effective. Our transformative projects is not like the Durban Park. Our vision has 4-lane highways and superhighways. In regions 3 and 4, we also have the modern construction for modern bridges for across the Demerara and Corentyne rivers, stadiums, malls, and new agro-processing, for example, in the various regions, new processing facilities in the hinterland, more airlines. These, Mr. Speaker, modern hospitals, new schools, and the very brand new Silica City, for which we have already commenced the clearing of land for the construction of the first set of houses for the Silica City. And since the previous member knows how to take a picture, I invite her now. Even both of us can go. We can both go. I'll show her the land is on the honorable member, that the land is being cleared as I speak. Mr. Speaker, if there ever was a time to get excited about the future of Guyana, it is now. Mr. Speaker, the work of the Ministry of Housing is centered on providing subsidized housing for every citizen. It has been so since the PBPC returned to power in 1992. It is the commitment of every president of the PBPC, every government of the People's Progressive Party Civic. We have not wavered from our commitment. We understand and we appreciate the citizens' aspirations for home ownership. We are equally aware of the disparities that exist in the earning power. Added to this is the cost for the land and construction. The burden of buying or building a house is not a new phenomenon. The demand for housing is not new. It has increased exponentially as a result of the success story of the People's Progressive Party government to ensure that we can fast-track home ownership and home building. It is at an all-time high, Mr. Speaker, and although the times have changed, we have not stopped subsidizing housing. We have continued to implore and explore new ideas, new ways. We have done this by allocating house slots at significantly reduced prices. We have also introduced interventions to make owning a home easier. And also, we have addressed the bugbear issue of regularizing a number of old squatter settlements and resolving the issue of squatters who occupy lands that are on government reserves, whether it is to be used for sea defense, whether it is to be used for drainage, whether it is used for expansion of road networking or other similar national projects. Much has been said already about the most recent issue with squatters. However, Mr. Speaker, as the minister responsible for this sector, I wish to make it clear to the citizens of our country that we are not in the business of disenfranchising citizens. We are in the business of ensuring that every citizen has an opportunity to own their own home. But nor did we, in the case of Caneview, decided overnight that those squatters had to be relocated. You will recall, Mr. Speaker, in the very previous budget debates right here last year, 2022, during my speech, I provided clear information on this matter. That's 1 year ago, in response to some photographs that were provided by the Honorable Nima Flubes. She waived that during her speech. Mr. Speaker, at that time, I detailed our engagement with those squatters and indicated in very clear language the steps that were being taken to resolve the issue. Those facts, Mr. Speaker, trump the story that the honorable members now try to sell. They now try to sell to the public, Mr. Speaker, and Mr. Speaker, that was 1 year ago. For 5 years, this opposition sat in government, did nothing to assist those squatters. They did nothing to educate them about their uncertainty for their situation. In fact, Mr. Speaker, and may I remind this nation, it was their former Member of Parliament and Minister, then Minister Valerie Patterson, who while serving as the Minister with responsibility for housing in the Ministry of Communities, told the residents of Sophia, and I quote, "I know we are not going to get rid of squatting in the next 5 years, maybe not even in the next 10 years, because it is so extensive here in Guyana. And it's in all regions, all areas. Every community is complaining about squatting. It's at a stage where even our reserves, Mr. Speaker, it is at a stage where even our reserves that are being identified for educational purposes and the building of schools, the building of health centers, police stations, police outposts is being fully occupied by squatters. If people continue to squat, they are going to hinder their communities from getting necessary services." I end of quote, DPI, then DPI. And yet, Mr. Speaker, what has changed? This is the APNU while in government speaking about removal of squatters on reserves. What is different with the case in Caneview? Mr. Speaker, it left us to find ways to resolve the impasse with the Caneview Marcus squatters. And quite unlike what we have done for any other area in this country, we went beyond. Mr. Speaker, I have with me an entire file that time will not permit me to go through. We spent millions of dollars outlining the steps that were taken, step by step, that was taken for us to get to that point, Mr. Speaker. This matter, Mr. Speaker, did not start overnight. It started way back in 2008. I went to the community of Caneview. I went as Minister of Housing on the 2nd of September 2021. The Honorable Member Flubes was there. But you know what, Mr. Speaker? Because we did not utilize or engage the APNU leaders, that is why they tried to cause disruption. Mr. Speaker, unlike any other area, in addition to offer compensation, in addition to offer the lands in Horstelling and farm free of cost, in addition to all of that, processing the title immediately for their new location. Mr. Speaker, all 7 that refused to remove from that area, they were offered by this government, by this PPPC government, a house free of cost so they could have removed as a last-ditch effort. Mr. Speaker, I'm going to expose something today that has never been said. I see the honorable opposition says that there was some member from the APNU that was trying to negotiate with the Minister of Housing. Mr. Speaker, that is far from the truth. The APNU, throughout the process, were telling the people not to move, not to relocate, not to engage. Eventually 30 of the 35 engaged our community development, and we went to that point. But we could not hold anymore, Mr. Speaker. Even in the night before, there's a member, honorable member from that side of the House sitting here now who called me late in the night. And I said, it is now out of my hand because we can't wait anymore. I said, please, we can wait until the next morning because nobody was going to go and break in the middle of the night, despite the impression that has been given. I said to that honorable member, you have until, because I know the team were going next day, you have until 9 o'clock to ask those persons, please engage us at the ministry as well as the community development department. That honorable member called me back 5 minutes after and said, the leader of the opposition said, no, they're not going to tell those persons or encourage those persons to move because we can do what we need to do. Mr. Speaker, I am an honorable member, so I would not disclose who is that person. Mr. Speaker, similarly, I need to respond. Let me deal with the other member who so loves and thinks is passionate about the housing sector. But you can't come here and present and don't sit and listen to your rebuttal. Mr. Speaker, as late as the last day of 2022, that honorable member, Annette Ferguson, even wrote a letter to the editor accusing this PPPC government of not being honest with our allocation figure, accusing this PPPC government, the housing ministers, of utilizing allocations that were done in their period. Let me give them some of their story, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the honorable member tried to take praise. But, Mr. Speaker, we are in the allocation of those 20,500 house lots. It is for all classes. You heard the statistics that was presented by Honorable Minister Rodriguez yesterday, so I won't repeat. But what we did in 2 years, they did it in 5 years. Mr. Speaker, we deliver in keeping with our manifesto commitment. We said to the people of Guyana, it will be 50,000 in 5 years. For the period August to December 2020, we delivered in total, and I give you that category, as late as the last year, over 7,000 plus low to moderate income lots, over 2,000 plus middle income lots, over 1,000 plus high income lots. That's for 2022, bringing the total allocation last year for 10,000 plus. Mr. Speaker, in essence, we in this short period have allocated over 15,000 plus low and moderate income lots. That's the highest bracket for where we have the demand for house lots and housing. And that is what we responded to. Mr. Speaker, the high income bracket in that 20,000 allocation was only 1,927. So don't come and preach us here about not catering for the low income bracket, of not catering for the ordinary masses. We have the figures to prove otherwise. Mr. Speaker, they have a problem with maths, and an Honorable Minister Ferguson too. But Mr. Speaker, when we took over in 1992, there was no housing policy or program.
There was no housing ministry.
They can come here and tell us about mythical tales of structured housing plan under the pre-1992 and then 2015 to 2020. But it should be known that it was in fact a lackluster plan by the PNC that led to the development of over 200 squatting areas and settlements. Mr. Speaker, we have managed to bring that into about 158 areas. while creating new housing developments. Mr. Speaker, the coalition between 2015 to 2020, I want the honorable member to listen. They only developed 3 housing areas at Peters Hall, at Prospect, and at Providence. Mr. Speaker, the honorable member Ferguson boasted, but of those figures, we are talking about 1,258 for housing areas that they developed. Mr. Speaker, in 5 years, the APNUAFC allocated 7,504 lots and come here and talk about housing policy. Mr. Speaker, in 2 years, we built more than 800 houses in Regions 3, 4, 6, and Region 10. Mr. Speaker, the honorable member sought to take credit about LBI and Cummings Lodge, but failed to mention that the coalition government did not even pursue ownership of those areas. Mr. Speaker, the areas they allocated, there was no form of infrastructure. It is us in this PPPC government that is developing both the Cummings Lodge and the LBI area. As I speak, Mr. Speaker, all those persons who were allocated prior to 2020 can now go to Cummings Lodge and have their land identified. All those persons for LBI, Mr. Speaker, all persons that have been allocated in LBI, as a matter of fact, can now go to LBI and have their land identified. In fact, we have already signed the letters of agreement for all of those lands for LBI. So don't come and lecture us and provide false information. Mr. Speaker, it is this PPPC government that in 2020, we allocated, immediately back in office, allocated $8 billion for housing development or new infrastructure. In 2021, $15 billion. In 2022, $25 billion. In 2023, $50 billion. It's therefore, Mr. Speaker, another futile attempt to grasp the misinformed Guyanese. And so, Mr. Speaker, the facts are there for us to see. So therefore, we want to continue, Mr. Speaker, to implement new measures to assist low-income applicants to own their own homes. The very poor and vulnerable are already benefiting from home construction assistance program, which makes access to loan easier. So far, Mr. Speaker, close to 200 applicants have pre-qualified and have accessed loans on favorable terms from our partners in the banking sector. Mr. Speaker, we also introduced, and they won't talk about beneficiaries, or they won't talk about low income, and they won't talk about the masses. This is information they need to listen. We have already introduced the cement and steel subsidy, which is available to any new home builder, for which to date, Mr. Speaker, we have approved over 302 applicants who will, in a new week, will begin to collect their vouchers for the steel and cement for the foundation to commence their home. Mr. Speaker, we have commenced in Region 9 on the subsidy program in Letem, for where 600 allottees will benefit from a grant of $1 million each. Mr. Speaker, they will also be offered loans at concessional rates for the additional $2 million. Under the Adequate Housing and Urban Accessibility Program, 125 core homes will be built. Likewise, over 600 plus subsidies for the vulnerable will also be issued. Mr. Speaker, these interventions favor any qualified applicant for a house lot. It doesn't favor any one community. It doesn't favor any one class. The demand for housing is so high. To begin building houses, we have started a robust program. And in this year, you will see our continuing our construction of houses, because we want to ensure that it's not only about allocating lots, but it is providing an opportunity for persons to immediately have their own home. Mr. Speaker, we have houses that are under construction in various categories. We will be expending $50 billion for new and existing areas These include, for example, Mr. Speaker, areas such as Metamazark in Region 3, Shoreville, Lenora, the MDRAC on the East Coast, Hope on the East Coast, Nonpareil, Great Diamond on the East Bank, Blocks 3, 7, 11, 13, you name it. The very Silica City that the Honorable Member is talking that we're doing a pipe dream. Burma on Region 5, Baltiok, we have already allocated, Mr. Speaker, Shieldstown, Prospect, Palmyra, new development for that will be the economic activity in Region 6. Number 75, number 76, even Bartica, we are commencing the construction of the first set of houses this year in the town of Bartica.
Honorable Minister, you need to commence the extension to conclude. Honorable Minister Teixeira.
Mr. Speaker, thank you. I'd like to ask my honorable member be given more time to conclude his presentation.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. Honorable Minister Kroll, you will have 5 minutes to conclude your presentation.
The acquisition of lands will continue. The laying of infrastructure for utilities, both water and electricity, will continue. The ministry has outgrown its space. We will commence the construction of our new head office at Houston this year, Mr. Speaker. And likewise, you also have the 4 lanes that are under construction. We have for currently, by the middle of this year, commuters, including the honorable member who lives at Eccles, will be driving from Diamond all the way to Mandela on a new 4-lane highway. And work has already started. Very shortly, we'll be going out for tenders for the continuation from Great Diamond to come out at Craig. Likewise, in Region 3, work has started at Schooner to Crane. By the middle of 2024, commuters in Region 3, and likewise who's going on to Parika, etc., will be driving on a brand new 4-lane as a first phase infrastructure for our highway development. Similarly, we are working on an alignment for the East Coast that will see us from Aubrey Barker Road continuing all the way a new alignment that will end in the initial phase at Enmore Hoop. Mr. Speaker, all these are aid towards ensuring as we grow in communities, as our people become having more disposable income, so will be more importation of vehicles. Likewise, we have to ease the time one spends in traffic. Mr. Speaker, in water, we will have recorded a 97% increase in access to water. Our financial targets were surpassed by 17%. Over 28,000 pensioners are receiving free water of subsidy for $523 million. Transmission and distribution networks and mains are being extended. A number of new wells, 15 immediately, will commence in the hinterland for over 8,000 persons. We are investing in 7. We have already signed the contract and work has commenced for the construction of a total of 13 new water treatment plants that therefore will address all those complaints on the coastline about the quality of water, because we want to move that percentage from 52 to 90% by 2025. Mr. Speaker, in conclusion, I want to say to the people, the interventions and practical work within the housing and water sectors have brought tremendous benefits to the people of this country. In closing, I want to wish to report that we have begun the infrastructure work to ensure that all those persons who are allocated lots last year will, before the end of this year, will be accessing their new location. And all those persons who were allocated in the AP and UAFC for no infrastructure work was done have now started to see their land, access their new land, and they have already started the loan portfolio to borrow. Mr. Speaker, the very low income bracket that they're talking about has seen, for example, at New Building Society, from September 1 to date, over $4 billion in the low income bracket for over 600 new persons who have approved for low income loan. So I cannot leave without telling the citizens of this country that We are going to be constructing over 660 kilometers of new roads for those new areas that I speak about. 81 bridges, 1,620 culverts. I want to use this opportunity to express my gratitude to the staff of the Ministry of Housing and Water, the hard-working staff who have worked day and night and toil to ensure that we cleared some of the arrears and to clear the backlog, because nothing was done under the previous APNU AFC government for this sector. Mr. Speaker, we are on a fast track, we are on a train to ensure that we are able to respond and provide an opportunity for the many young people that can see a hope, that can see a lining that will see them having a home for start their own family, to see them owning their own home, that they can have a space and they can have a document that signals, this is my title, this is my transport, this is my land. That is the difference we bring, Mr. Speaker. At this midpoint in term of office, I am happy about the progress across all the sectors that we are seeing today. We have demonstrated that we have a plan for Guyana's development, and we are always ready to find solutions that will improve on the lives of our people. Our commitment to this is evident by the level of confidence that we have received from our people. They are not uncertain about their futures. They are not supporting us. They are supporting us on every project, every policy, because they know we will deliver on our promises, that we will help them realize this new Guyana, this new one Guyana under President Dr. Mohamed Irfan Ali. Mr. Speaker, it is my pleasure, an absolute pleasure, to support Budget 2023 under the theme Improving Lives Today, Building Prosperity for Tomorrow, presented by Senior Minister in the Ministry of Finance, who presented a budget, and the hard-working staff of the Ministry of Finance, to ensure that we are here today to have this budget debated in a timely manner, which allows us enough time to implement our project. The people of Guyana, for the housing and water sector, can expect grandeur activities. The people of Guyana in the housing and water sector can see changes in their life. The people in Guyana under the housing and water sector can see the improvement in the quality of their life. This is what we committed to the people of Guyana, and this is what we will deliver. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you very much, Honorable Minister of Housing and Water, the Honorable Member, Mr. Colin Crowell, and now for the Honorable Member, Mr. Dinesh Jaiprashad. Honorable Pandit, you may proceed.
See? That sounds like a trip. Pleasant good afternoon, brothers and sisters. I stand to give my portion to the Budget 2023 debate so that the people of the Cooperative Republic of Guyana can be able to understand that the budget is presented for all people. What we have been observing, that there are situations since 2020 that dictate us to understand that some communities and some areas are more privileged and fortunate than others. Mr. Speaker, I wish to extend Happy New Year greetings to all the members of this Honorable House, and hope that 2023 we can be able to foster the cooperation and cause us to continue to represent our Guyanese people at all levels. I wish to say that the affairs of the nation is not at the state in which we want it to be, and more so, the people of East Berbice Quarantine are expecting more since 2022. There is much room for communication, Mr. Speaker, more consultation, more linkages between members of the two sides, and the ministers and MPs of the government must realize that revenues of this nation belongs to all Guyanese, and that can be taken into consideration when infrastructure work and all services are being provided to the people of the cooperative. Mr. Speaker, I bring facts from the county of Berbice, and more so to be specific, East Berbice Quarantine Region number 6. There are many services agencies that are not providing services up to standard, and we were hoping that Budget 2023 will bring more to the people of this region. Mr. Speaker, the people of Berbice Quarantine deserve more. Ministers and MPs from the government side have been repeating the 7,000, the 7,000, the 7,000. But I want to recall, and I want to set for the records that we must not be biased in our deliberation, and we must acknowledge the fact that 2015 to 2020, indeed, we had a lot of growth and development. It seems as if though the 7,000 sugar worker is the only story that came speaker after speaker from members of the opposite side. I wish to recall, Mr. Speaker, that as a child growing up in East Quarantine, Berbice, I went to New Amsterdam passport office as a child and got my first passport here. And then when government changed in 1992, Mr. Speaker, that office was closed. For 23 years, the people had to travel to Georgetown to get a passport. And these are the facts that the PPP must bring out as well. They were in government, and they closed the passport office in Amsterdam. 2015 came APNU, AFC to the government, and a passport office was built for the people of Berbice. We are hoping that in 2023 budget, a passport office will be built for Region 5 and all the other regions of this country, and not centralize it so that people do not centralize it so that the people will have to travel to Georgetown. Mr. Speaker, all Berbicians require the services. And we must not come to this honorable house and say 2020 to 2023, PPP doing this and PPP doing that and PPP doing that. We need to get the facts right, Mr. Speaker. And Mr. Speaker, I wish to say that a team of ministers, MPs, and parliamentary staff went to visit some health facilities in Region 6. And to begin with, the model health center for this country comes from Port Brant. It is not a government alone initiative, it's the people as well as the government that established this health center that is second to none in Guyana. And we are very much pleased with what was happening there. Then we went to the Fort Kanji psychiatric hospital, Mr. Speaker. And it was brought to the attention of the team that the sewage system there is overflowing. Mr. Speaker, It was brought to the attention of the Honorable Dr. Mahadev and Dr. Vindi. And Mr. Speaker, to date, more than 6 months, that was not fixed. So when we come here and we try to paint a different coat to what really is happening, we need to get the facts right. Mr. Speaker, for health in the region, the people of East Berbice, the people of East Bank, Berbice, were suffering for 23 years without health facilities. Dr. Mahadev, the honorable member, would know that once a week a team would go down to East Bank. But Mr. Speaker, coming of the APNU AFC to government 2015 to 2020, a new health facility, health center, was commissioned in East Bank, Berbice. Mr. Speaker, the dilapidated building of Central Police Station, Albion Police Station, Wim Police Station, all these buildings were in a very, very bad shape. 23 years, Mr. Speaker, no work was done. Thanks to the leadership of the APNU AFC, Central Police Station was constructed. A new police station in New Amsterdam. Mr. Speaker, Albion Police Station, brand new, or new brand, whichever you want to say. Mr. Speaker, Springlands, 51, Flatbush, and we come here to say nothing was done under APNU AFC. Mr. Speaker, we know that it is not in the PPP manifesto to provide free transportation for our children. And 23 years, our school children had to pay public transportation. Parents have to bear the cost. APNU AFC came on board in 2015 and started to provide free transportation for region number 6. There's a lot of comments, Mr. Speaker, about the quality of the bus and the made of the bus and the age of the bus. But these are free buses. We did not put our hands in our pocket and buy it, Mr. Speaker. These are donations that are coming to the people. And it was providing a youth service to the poor people of region number 6. Yes, we agree, it had mechanical issues and maintenance costs. Who's there? I always work, man. I'm in region 6. You're not living there in region 6. I know. Yes. So, Mr. Speaker, government, APNU, the PPP came into office. And because the bus at the top marked David G, that was removed. We don't have a problem with that. We don't have a problem if you want to change the color as well. But what we want is that you increase and expand that service. Because of the pressure of the people of East Berbice quarantine, we see now that the PPP is falling to it and they are expanding that service. Mr. Speaker, it is a good cause. And I will commend the PPP for purchasing new buses with the IL money. I want to commend the PPP for purchasing new buses with the taxpayer money. Because, Mr. Speaker, this is a service for the people. Mr. Speaker, services to the people of Oriala, Baracara, land and registry building environments, GCOM office at WIM, GRA building in Amsterdam. A lot from Bloomfield, let's catch a bus though. A lot from Bloomfield, let's catch a bus. Where Mr. Honorable Minister is from. Mr. Speaker, when we come here and talk about the APNU AFC did not do anything for 2015 to 2020, we must remind ourselves about the piracy situation that we had in the quarantine. Who worked and reduced that? APNU AFC. Thanks to the Honorable former Minister Ramjatan. Mr. Speaker, that was just to name a few, basically to highlight the records that indeed APNU AFC delivers service to the people, and if given the opportunity, would have expanded on same.
I'll give you the opportunity to get 5 minutes, honorable member, with an extension.
Thank you. Thank you, Comrade Speaker. I move that the honorable member be given 5 minutes to conclude.
Thank you, Honorable Chief Whip. Honorable member, you may continue in 5 minutes to conclude.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. As it relates to education, Mr. Speaker, we know that the services of the buses are very much important. The regional administration redrawing 60-seater and replacing them with 30-seater. We know that the mathematics is a bit difficult, but we want to say to the Honorable House, if you are pulling out a 60-seater, then you must replace it with 2 30-seater or a 60-seater, so that we will be able to ensure that the children get to go to school. The 30 children that are being discriminated against now, Mr. Speaker, when we come here and say that we are giving 35 plus 5, 40,000 to them, let us do the maths. A child traveling from Skellen to New Amsterdam pays about $2,000 a day. That's $10,000 a week. That's $390,000 per academic year. And you are giving them 40,000 to say, hey, take that. You know? Mr. Speaker, I am asking here as a representative of these the bus traveling and transporting our children from Skellen to New Amsterdam. And then we will support the budget, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, we have introduced nursery education since the 1970s. Yes, we, the PNC, not you. We have introduced nursery education since the 1970s. And to date, Mr. Speaker, we have not put effort to make it compulsory. I am asking the Honorable House members from both sides to ensure that we put systems in place so that nursery education becomes compulsory. That is one. And number two, we are still operating with the ancient law as it relates to the Education Act. I am proposing, Mr. Speaker, that the Education Act the current Education Act holds it at 14 years, 9 months, which ends compulsory education. From that time, Mr. Speaker, 14 years, 9 months, cause our children to drop out of school. I am pleading with the Honorable Minister and members of this House that we need to dialogue so that we can be in the 3901 to cause our children to be in school until the age of 16 so that they can have a proper secondary education. There is a gap between grade 6 result, achievement, and grade 11, which is CXC. The amount of children that are graduating from nurseries, from primary school are not matching up to the numbers graduating from secondary school. So we are seeing there, Honorable Speaker, that there is a gap. Our children are falling through the crack. That is why we need to ensure that proper policies are put in place so that we can be able to ensure that our children have the proper education. Mr. Speaker, in closing, I want to bring a very sensitive issue to the House. A child in Blackbush Pool, born handicapped, is on the public assistance list. But when the 100,000 was given, a child didn't receive it. I made representation to the relevant authorities, and up to today, right? I am saying, honorable members of this House, we need to ensure that the services of the people are given to them. I try to raise it. I raise it with the Honorable Minister, supplied pictures and all the information. But it is, I'm saying to all of us, let us ensure that we good. Mr. Speaker, finally, there is a lot of talks about the Guyana Technical Training College at Port Morant that is to be built for hospitality training and all training for the Cooperative Republic. And I want to say for the records, it is proven that Works are being done on this spot, which is an old cemetery, and our slave and indentured servants are buried here. We are appealing to the relevant authority to ensure that this cease immediately, because we cannot permit the PPP or any administration to dig up a cemetery and say that is development work. These are the ancestors from the community. The first set of people who went there at Bongyard were buried there, and it is indicating to us that proper assessment was not done by the government to ensure that a proper piece of land is being done. Mr. Speaker, as it stands, if the budget remains as it is, then I am having difficulty supporting same. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Honorable Member. And now for the Honorable Minister within the Ministry of Local Government and Regional Development, the Honorable Member, Minister Anand Prasad.
Mr. Speaker, a pleasant good afternoon to you and the honorable members of this House. Mr. Speaker, if that is the level of representation from Mr. Jai Prashad, the honorable member in Region 6, APNU AFC, you're in serious problems. Serious problems. And I don't mean to really hit you hard this afternoon, but just to let you know that you will see a slew of developmental works that will transform Region 6 this year, 2023, from this year, 2023 budget. Sometimes we must be truthful. Sometimes we must be truthful to ourselves and do not bring to this honorable House untruths. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to make my presentation to the debate on this year's budget, which was presented in this National Assembly by my colleague, the Senior Minister in the Office of the President with responsibility for finance, Dr. Ashni Kumar Singh, under the theme, Improving Lives Today, Building Prosperity for Tomorrow. From the outset, let me thank the Honorable Minister and his competent staff at the Ministry of Finance for their hard work and dedication towards ensuring that the process and delivery of the budget was smooth and successful. Budget 2023 comes at a time when Guyana is finally standing strong and firm on its 2 feet as a truly democratic and law-abiding nation after years of hardships and political unrest brought on by the APNU AFC administration. Of course, endured by the ordinary folk as a result of the policies, plans, greed, vileness, and political pettiness of the APNU AFC in this House and outside. Budget 2023 also comes to this August House when Guyana is still reeling from the consequences of the 2020 elections, which was almost snatched by members of that side of the House from the Guyanese people. Mr. Speaker, we have a presidential commission of inquiry going on at this time into the conduct of those elections. We will have the truth, and justice must not only be done, but must be seen to be done in the courts too, where there are a barrage of charges facing members of this honorable house from the APNU AFC side. Guyanese and the world will never forget what the APNU AFC politicians and parliamentarians did to Guyana by taking it to its knees and making it hang its head in humiliation. Mr. Speaker, it was a dastardly and mischievous act trying to disregard the democratic process and steal a whole election from the Guyanese people. It was a watershed moment.
Mr. Speaker, I rise on a point of order.
Honorable member, please proceed with your point of order.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Point of order 40. Let me just get it. I'm looking at clarification, sir.
On 40, section 4, I think it is.
40, 41, 4? No.
40.
No, sir.
But the particular standing order that you're going to stand on will require the honorable person on the floor to cede time to you to give clarification. And I'll have to ask the speaker on the floor if he would cede to you. Honorable Minister?
No, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Speaker, because the matter concerning the elections is
Go ahead, Honorable Minister.
not to be mentioned in this House.
Honorable Minister.
It was, Mr. Speaker, it was a watershed moment when Guyana sworn its first rightful head of state, and President Dr. Mohammed Irfan Ali and his cabinet defeating the dictatorship and autocratic style, the APNU AFC regime, displacing them and sending them packing. They were defeated then, and I'm confident that they will be defeated at the end of this debate and consideration of the estimates. My honorable friends in the opposition, you will be defeated again at the upcoming local government polls, because God doesn't like ugliness. And there is nothing beautiful about being engaged in telling a different story or giving the public alternative, peddling misinformation. Mr. Speaker, we on this side of the House will work hard night and day, as we are doing, to ensure that the riggers and the opposition parliamentarians warm those seats for an extremely long time. Mr. Speaker, Guyana was held hostage by the APNU AFC political culprits. I say never will they get close to power again. Mr. Speaker, before I get into the meat of my presentation today, I wish to state that this budget is well balanced, pro-poor and pro-development. It is for the working class population. The Federation of Independent Trade Unions, FITUG, The Guyana Agricultural Workers Union, GAU, have sent the recommendations of the PPPC 2023 budget. They have lauded the government's prudent management of the economy as well as the measures included in this year's budget. I believe the GPSU, GTU, and GLU cannot bring themselves to grips with the resounding allocations that were contained in the many salary adjustments in the disposable income of the many Guyanese. They will criticize the budget, and they say that the workers should get more. Well, we also on this side of the house believe the workers deserve more. Even the public servants, in particular, they deserve more. But each measure in the budget is realistic and practical. The PPPC took all the measures and vast development that each and every worker would benefit from. And the PPPC government is 100% convinced that it did the right thing and offered the workers what we can afford. In any event, it is not the cost of living and inflation that workers are facing, but the unions will not put politics aside when they are ready to negotiate with the PPPC government. Mr. Speaker, negotiations must be based on evidence and facts, and not by mere emotions. They continue to give workers' union a bad name. Why were they not complaining when the APNU AFC administration did not honor the collective bargaining agreement process and impose wages on poor working class workers from 2015 to 2019? It is the private sector that drives the engine of growth in any society. I have statements of the budget being well received by the Georgetown Chambers of Commerce, the Chambers of Commerce of Berbice and Essequibo, the Guyana Private Sector Commission, and the Manufacturing and Services Association, among others. If you want the evidence, Mr. Speaker, I have them here. It is for the ordinary Guyanese, quoting from a news piece done by News Source Guyana, aired on Facebook on the 22nd of January 2023, where they interviewed persons about the budget. One vendor, a 36-year-old Vanessa Primo, also applauded the government and the measures and projects proposed in the budget. She said that the budget, in her opinion, is good because the pensioners, school children, and all the people get something. She's not alone. Many people who are right-thinking Guyanese have said that there is something for everyone in this year's 2023 budget. Mr. Speaker, why is the opposition saying they were left out of the consultation process? They chose to be left out. Norton was, the Honorable Member Norton, was busy fighting with the PNC, Granger, Gita, Harman fraction to keep his job. He did not have the time, but now he comes to this National Assembly to cry foul. Mr. Speaker, I want to stop and ask the Senior Minister if he had received any written or oral submissions from any of the APNU AFC parliamentarians on this budget. I'm pretty sure I will receive a resounding no. Mr. Speaker, I do not trust the APNU AFC opposition, something is amiss. Just like how the APNU AFC suffered a bout of selective retention or had forgotten the $80 million signing bonus. When we found it, they came and said they were sorry. This 2023 budget, we can truly be proud of. It will definitely propel this country's growth and development to greater heights. It is historic because it is the largest budget that ever been presented in this parliament. This, the fourth budget in 3 years, is $781.9 billion of plans and policies that can only benefit the hard-working people of this country. Let us look at some of the plans and measures which will put more money and dollars directly into the pockets and hands of people. Mr. Speaker, we will establish a regional food hub to further our aim in achieving and advancing food security. There is also the use of science, research, and technology in the agriculture to advance the innovation capabilities in this respect. Hinterland agriculture will also be boosted. All of this will be accomplished with the $2 billion project for 2023, $4 billion for Gaisuko to further the revitalization of the industry. Mr. Speaker, $300 million will be injected in the industry to further research and development. $353 million is budgeted, Mr. Speaker, for high volume crops, spice, citrus, fruits production. I don't have to tell you, but I will, that the APNU AFC paid no attention whatsoever to the sugar industry and allowed agricultural areas to deteriorate and the workers had to fend for themselves. They did not support the growth and buoyancy of the sugar and rice sector. Do I have to remind you, Mr. Speaker, of what they did to sugar? They disrupted the whole industry that was sorting itself out and finding its feet in challenging circumstances. We will never neglect the sugar industry and its workers. Now, they want to put their failures and wrongdoings at our feet. Agro-processing, coconuts, livestock, fisheries, aquaculture, and corn, soybean, all this year getting major interjections of funds in budget 2023, which will aid in the growth and development. Mr. Speaker, a total of $84.9 billion is budgeted for health sector improvements this year in the budget, with $1 billion going towards the retrofit and upgrade health centers and health posts across the country. This is significant because what APNU AFC did to our health centers and hospitals when they were in power, they left them starved of resources and barely surviving. Need to remind you, Mr. Speaker, that they stored drugs and pharmaceuticals in a two-story house on Sussex Street. $500 million is allocated towards training for medical and health sector professionals, Mr. Speaker. This budget is beneficial to our people and it's development driven. We are thinking about the future and beyond, not only today. I now turn to education. We are policy driven and work oriented. That is why our children are outperforming the region, and that is why we are achieving literacy and numeracy. Similarly, there is an increase in Because We Care cash grant moving from $30,000 to $40,000, and benefiting more than 214,000 children across this country. Mr. Speaker, $4.7 billion is budgeted for Amerindians development programs and activities, keeping our commitment to make the forest people a priority. $2.7 billion is allocated to the Amerindian Development Fund, with another $5 billion going to repair the hinterland roads. This is what a government that cares does for its people. Not like APNU AFC, which had 1.5 ministers that were not in sync with the priorities of the people. The PPP will serve all the needs of our Amerindian brothers and sisters. Mr. Speaker, $5.6 billion will be spent on public security and keeping our country safe and secure. This is a realistic budget. This is a budget that makes sense. This budget is all about putting our people first. Budget 2023 features increases in disposable income, of which $3 billion will be spent on salary adjustments to benefit 14,000 healthcare and discipline service employees. More money in the pockets of our people. Additionally, workers will benefit this year from an increase in the income tax threshold from $75,000 to $85,000. After all, this increase may look trivial and small, but it has a big impact on the workers who will benefit from the increases. Small, but powerful. Mr. Speaker, this is how the PPP proposes to tackle poverty and income disparity by making deliberate and policy-driven interjections of financial resources in the sectors that matter. I've listened, Mr. Speaker, throughout this debate, and what I found was the honorable members of the opposition picking and choosing and trying to elaborate and fool the Guyanese people. But let me assure you that budget 2023 is not about picking and choosing. It is not a buffet like what takes place downstairs. This is a budget to transform this country. Mr. Speaker, this budget is about compassion, love and understanding. Let them talk how this budget is not addressing the poverty situation in Guyana. I dare them to. Mr. Speaker, it is now time to turn my attention to my sector. Mr. Speaker, in 2020, the local government system, myself and my colleague, Minister Nigel Darmalal, inherited from the APNU AFC administration was in chaos and shambles. It suffered from a bout of lethargic energy practiced by some local democratic organs. Our government have been able to revitalize and streamline the sector, focusing on putting back in place a robust local government architecture and systems in place to support more sustainable communities. Mr. Speaker, I now turn to the Honorable Ganesh Maipal, who came to this house with half-baked, inaccurate, and misleading stories of what happened in this sector. I do not want to say that the honorable member was lying through his teeth, So I will say that he has become a stranger to truth. Your presence here is not pardon. Mr. Speaker, the PPPC government has zero tolerance approach to skullduggery, corruption, malpractice, and illegality. If you are doing what you're supposed to do, then you don't have to fear or be intimidated by my colleague or myself. We are not like Mahipal, the honorable member, and the Aptu AFC cabal that smiled and were in bed with illegality. No, we will continue to aggressively target the work of the ministry. Perhaps if UGSS had been harder with Ganesh Mahipal, the honorable member would not have misappropriated in excess of $800,000. And that is a fact. That is a fact. Mr. Speaker, as for the mayor of Georgetown, who was using the vendors and fanning the flames of racial and ethnic insecurity in front of Georgetown Hospital. Mr. Speaker, local government elections are budgeted for this year. These elections will see local government systems finally breathing. The PPPC government will win, and we will win handsomely too. Mr. Speaker, the Apto AFC cabal should stop exciting the people with those tales and stories of perceived discrimination and racism. They should do what is good and wholesome. Stop your negativity and political opportunism. Mr. Speaker, local government and regional development sector has indeed grown in the past year. We are now prudently managing our affairs by promoting democracy and governance at the local and regional levels. We at the Ministry of Local Government and Regional Development are not interested in the many scandals of the opposition members of Parliament or by the telephone recording in which Honorable Ganesh Mahipal, Honorable Roysdale Ford seem to be plotting to overthrow the Honorable Member Norton. Recall the blank check fiasco? Those allegations or the story behind the blank checks were revealed in that conversation. We are interested in the improvement of our roads, bridges, health centers within the framework of our local government structure. Mr. Speaker, Budget 2023 was crafted and based on the underlying principle of infrastructure development being a key factor in stimulating growth and enhancing the quality of life for our people. Mr. Speaker, I wish not to lament any longer with the opposition parliamentarians, as old habits die hard. So they will continue to tell tales and concoct things about Guyana and the PPPC. Mr. Speaker, they will continue to ride the dirty politics bandwagon instead of practicing the politics of development. They will serve to criticize everything in the budget, but will offer no suggestions or recommendations for positive economic growth. Mr. Speaker, every time they give the public alternative facts, the PPPC government will set the record straight. We will fix all the falsities, just like we have to fix the country's woes with prudent economic and fiscal management. We are committed as a government to the idea of having safer communities and building our communities back to the point that they will be stronger than before. We will ensure Guyana has the local and regional governance structures that will work thereby creating a one Guyana. Mr. Speaker, this budget 2023, as the local put it, bad for days. Inherent in this budget are the winds of prosperity. Mr. Speaker, I wish to now commend this budget to the National Assembly for a safe passage. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. Our next speaker is Honorable Member Richard Sinclair.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker and Gracie Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise this afternoon to give my support, my contribution, to Budget 2023. Not my support. I would have been that man on the corner there.
Be careful, Sinclair.
Mr. Speaker, Budget 2023 comes at approximately the midpoint. I'm quoting now from the document that was submitted and circulated in this National Assembly. The midpoint of the PPC's current term in office, it is therefore present. It therefore presents a timely opportunity both to look back at the first, I'm doing like my previous speaker now, at the first half of this term, and even more importantly, to look ahead at which is yet to come. We have seen the PPP enchanted by the promise of all revenues spent wisely with scant regard for whether that spending has actually resulted in progress. End of quote from the group of the persons from the Honorable Dr. Ashley Singh's presentation, and I try to emulate the speaker before me. But Mr. Speaker, they built road at frantic pace, but almost the moment the roads are laid down, they begin to crack and crumble. They throw billions of dollars at education, but achieve lower pass rates in CSEC mathematics, of course, than what the coalition did with far less money. Huge sums are allocated for healthcare each year, but as Guyana's life expectancy improves substantially? No, the answer is no. The PPP believes in output, in spending, but has little interest in outcomes. Mr. Speaker, these concerns merely scratch the surface, but I turn my attention now to the major issues of the day. That is cost of living. That is cost of living. The worst we have seen in 40 years. Mr. Speaker, Guyana's inland regions still suffer the most when prices soar, because bringing goods into the region, the transportation cost rose by 20%. Mr. Speaker, can you imagine that a 12-ounce bottle of water on the coast which costs $100? A bottle not even big like this, Mr. Speaker, will cost $500 in some parts of the region. Mr. Speaker, these concerns... Mr. Speaker, when it comes to essential, you can imagine the cooking gas cost 3 times as much as that on the coast. In fact, I spoke recently with a resident who lamented that gasoline now costs $2,500 per gallon. Filling a car, Mr. Speaker, will cost a shocking $40,000. It is no wonder that the mining industry has suffered so much that the output has contracted by 2.5% last year. The poor performance, of course, Mr. Speaker, despite all of that, you can believe it that gold prices increasing over $3,000 per ounce, $300,000 per ounce, $300,000 per ounce in 2022. If the government had implemented the opposition's recommendation on the cap of fuel, Mr. Speaker, it would have safely guaranteed that you'll get more production in gold. What a tragedy. Mr. Speaker, I want to remind this House that the government of Guyana earned approximately $60 billion of unexpected oil revenue from the same high oil prices. Yet, that also, Mr. Speaker, could have assisted in depressing the price of gasoline. Region 8, Mr. Speaker, has been hurt by a contraction in one of the primary industries, and the painful effects, Mr. Speaker, on food prices because of higher fuel prices is having a strain on the ordinary citizens. Mr. Speaker, no wonder why the price of a bread that is transported into Region 8 costs $1,000. Mr. Speaker, this budget comes at a time when the country can boast of how fast its economy is growing. However, despite all these resources, it can't improve the lives of the ordinary citizens of the region. The PPP never talks about inequality because it likes that. It believes in its elite and friends, families and favorites. And therefore, Mr. Speaker, if you want to doubt that, come to Region 8. Mr. Speaker, the PPP likes to say that it's a fair party, but I have good news for you. One does not discriminate, one which does not discriminate in the award of contracts, license. You come there and you find it, Mr. Speaker. Other government assets are distributed by that so-called, should I say the word or should I skip it? Beep. Vice President, and you know this two-friend thing? He gets all the support, Mr. Speaker. Who gets all the support? Mr. Speaker, we are still to hear what law empowers a vice president to provide any form of government assistance on the basis of friendship. Mr. Speaker, most Guyanese are not Mr. Jagdew's personal friend, Vice President's personal friend. Does this mean that because we are not, or those people are not the friends of the Vice President, they shouldn't get support? Mr. Speaker, nowhere is this attitude more prevalent than in Region 8, which is being treated as it belongs to the family and friends of the elite PPP supporters, and I can vouch on that. Mr. Speaker, I must stress PPP elites because the average person who gets contract there, who gets place to stay, are members of that elite group. For example, Mr. Speaker, a certain board member uses that authority to guarantee contracts in a certain direction, to guarantee job opportunities at a certain location. And I can talk about that because I once sat on that board, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, all the benefits they get, but they give back nothing to the community. That's the kind of tomorrow we want to build, the kind of prosperity. Not Sally Phillips. Moreover, according to a colleague, Mr. Speaker, this year's budget, if we are to divide the total sum, that is that budget figure that was given to us last week, Monday, by the population of this country, every citizen can at least get $1 million. Mr. Speaker, my sympathy goes out to the families in the more remote areas of Region 8. Mr. Speaker, those families have not felt the impact of the relief on tax measures in the year 2020. Neither was it felt in 2021 and also in 2022. And now we are getting another budget and it will not impact them. Where I live, Mr. Speaker, there are people around here and there are people in more remote parts of that community where they only, I'm talking about Campbelltown, I'm talking about in the mountains, where they go to the creeks to get their supply of fresh water. So I cannot see, Mr. Speaker, how this tax relief on water will benefit them. Mr. Speaker, in the region we do not build buildings like these that will require steel, but yet we're expecting to benefit from steel for building of homes in construction. It's a far cry, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, when it comes to public works, and I'm glad, I'm happy, I'm seeing the honorable member, the one and only. You could recall last year, Mr. Speaker, the honorable member recalled a contract for a road because he spent the total volume of the contract. He paid for a whole road, but could only get half a road. Up to this day, Mr. Speaker, the road is still not fixed. Mr. Speaker, during the 3 years before the no confidence motion in Madhya, 1.8 million was invested in internal roads. And he could, sorry, the honorable member could attest to the fact that he walked on those roads. And those roads got gutters. And the other one that is incomplete has no gutter. And further, I said internal roads, Mr. Kwame McCoy, honorable member, 1.8 billion. And in that process, some wooden bridges were converted to concrete bridge. The one from Wrong Turn to the airstrip is still to be completed, Mr. Speaker. And monies were paid. In fact, when it comes to the lapidary in Monkey Mountain, Mr. Speaker, which is a major economic venture for indigenous peoples, we are very concerned as to the state of affairs of that investment. Similarly, Coalition remedied the massive and very costly Cato Secondary School after the PVC had incompleted. Mr. Speaker, the building was unsafe and could not have been occupied. Cato was a national embarrassment, and that we fear it is. There might be others that the PP will reproduce this year. Let's see Christchurch Secondary. I do not use state funds to move around, Madam Honorable Minister. In this contrast, Mr. Speaker, with the advances we brought in the region, like introducing access to potable water, as this was done at Paramakatoi, a water catchment, Mr. Speaker, was constructed and equipment installed, but as usual, Mr. Speaker, the comrades, the PPP comrades of this house and the installed regime oversaw the collapse of that facility. Sad. Mr. Speaker, what has happened to the sun-dried tomato project in PK? This created self-employment to farmers and further employment for processors. It was a landmark project which brought in revenues for the village. We believe in growing businesses, Mr. Speaker, and business opportunity where we see products that have great potential. The PPP only believes in crony capitalism, Mr. Speaker, where nothing innovative is ever developed. Last year, Mr. Speaker, a very distinguished member of this House publicly stated that government paid for a whole road, and I alluded to that earlier. He's right there, Mr. Speaker, the honorable member. Mr. Speaker, our roads are on the fact. Sometime I was going into there, and before you get to Mango Landing, I had to assist to pull a truck from the hole. And on this count, Mr. Speaker, Mr. Speaker, our roads are unbearable.
Honorable member, before you continue to tell us about these roads, you will need an extension.
Thank you. Comrade Speaker, I do move that the honourable member be given 5 minutes to conclude.
Proceed, honourable member.
Mr. Speaker, when it comes to regional education system that can get a flogging, the Gold Scholarship Program needs to be revamped so as to ensure that recipients can get a gadget and the necessary data so that it would not fall off the program, Mr. Speaker. We need more than just the hubs in the schools. We need them in the villages, and we need them now. We got the resources, Mr. Speaker. Between 2015 and 2020, Mr. Speaker, teachers are given gadgets to deliver the education. And therefore, I'm asking, Mr. Speaker, that our students be given the gadgets with the necessary data so they can do their SBAs and what have you, and do their research in their homes, Mr. Speaker. Some members of this House may recall that the APNU Coalition commenced the 5B program, a program that was terminated under the PPP. That, Mr. Speaker, what we are saying in that region, that because of this Because We Care program should have complemented that. Mining and logging, Mr. Speaker, brings a lot of revenue to this country. And therefore, the only tertiary institution we have there is a teacher's training college. Never mind. But what you need is more than that. You need to get, Mr. Speaker, we need to get a tertiary institution for the training of our young people in the technical skills. Because all the boys and girls, if they need to get a technical education, they got to come to either Linden, Georgetown, or New Amsterdam. Why can't we have it in the region? We got the money. Another issue, Mr. Speaker, and I have to, I will say a little more on this. Teacher accommodation. I was part of a teaching community, and I can say safely, Mr. Speaker, that family members got to stay in a room, in a two-room apartment. When you are not comfortable, Mr. Speaker, you cannot perform. We got the money, Mr. Speaker, and therefore you got to build comfortable accommodation for our teachers so they can deliver for these people in the region. Not only teachers, people in the health sector got to live in teachers' quarters. It's not fair. Well, coming to that, APNU had built a station by the airstrip. But you did not continue with that to make the police lives comfortable. Instead, you abandoned that and you went to build a fresh station in Madio. You need to also, Honorable Minister of Ousouben, provide proper accommodation for our policemen so they will not collect gifts. Please, Mr. Speaker, I want to give these recommendations very quickly. We need to have better salaries for our public officers. They work hard to prepare this budget. I must compliment them for that. You'll get it. Mr. Speaker, once these measures that we recommended here is not involved in this, Mr. Speaker, I have a difficulty allowing myself to support it. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Member. Sanjeev Dattare.
Good evening, Mr. Speaker. I rise to offer my humble contribution on Budget 2023 in these debates and permit me immediately to extend congratulations to Dr. Ashley Singh. I wish to offer my warmest congratulations to the Senior Minister in the Office of the President with responsibility for finance and his team for their hard work in compiling the 2023 budget. Mr. Speaker, the previous speaker, Mr. Sinclair, made mention of the school in Cato. Maybe he can tell us that when was it completed? I can help him with the answer. It was completed under the APNU AFC. There were defects. The people there wanted to know why, although the school was within the defects period, there was no defects liability period, there was no claim to have it fixed. So, Mrs. Sinclair has disappeared. Mr. Speaker, this budget is about growth. It has been a clear message from His Excellency the President, and as we have heard over the last 4 days from the members of Cabinet, this budget is about doing not only the big things, it's about doing the small things in each community and doing those things at every level. It seeks to build infrastructure whilst at the same time improving the lives of its citizens. It seeks to increase the standard of living of every Guyanese. In the short term, it hopes to improve that standard of living, while at the same time taking care of what would be the longer term. So that's why we need to do the transformational infrastructure projects. Mr. Speaker, just to name a few from the budget itself. The short term, the adjusted salary for 5,000 healthcare workers, 9,000 disciplined service at a cost of $3 billion. The increase in the tax threshold from 75,000 to 85,000. 12,000, the cash grant increased from 25,000 to 35,000, which incidentally benefits approximately 214,000 children. This adds, of course, to the 5,000 uniform grant. The excise tax is reduced to zero. 17 billion that will cost in revenue collection. Reduced freight charges are extended for another year. Part-time work is extended and a further 10 billion is committed to that. Pensions are increased at a cost of 28 billion. public assistance is increased. The mortgage ceiling is increased from 15 million to 20 million. Mr. Speaker, these projects and measures are based on sound economic policy, sound economic philosophy. Mr. Speaker, we all know that there could be several economic philosophies and policies, but these policies are set to build the foundation of our country and the foundation upon which our country is going to be built. It is about balance, Mr. Speaker, balancing the task of the immediate needs while providing for the security of future generation and future needs. Make no mistake, Mr. Speaker, Guyana is a poor country, trying to find its way with its resources to prosperity. The development of Guyana, Mr. Speaker, with this budget is underway. The allocation of resources is such that it is balanced. It provides relief immediately to the citizens while provides the infrastructure to take us into the future. Mr. Speaker, Guyana is not immune from the economic issues of the world. Inflation, supply challenges, high cost of shipping, these are all immediate measures which are being dealt with by the measures in the budget. Now, in terms of what will be for the future, the 2023 budget will provide for a Demerara River Bridge, Northwest Ferry, East Bank Highway, Berbice Highway, hospitals, the Linden-Susdike Highway, Linden to Mabura Road, and the gas to shore and energy project. Mr. Speaker, the public comments of the leader of the opposition, who is of course not here, and members of the opposition that this has nothing for them, and his colleagues coming here for the past 4 days and preaching about friends and families and supporters. The Honorable Ms. MacDonald said that this morning. Does the Honorable Member, Ms. MacDonald, Ms. Ferguson, the leader of the opposition, they don't know anyone that will use these roads and are using these roads? They don't know anyone that will need the river bridge, nor do they cross the bridge. They have no intention of using any energy from the gas to energy project. Mr. Speaker, the thinking is like that, and you may wonder whether the leader of the opposition might very well be a bungalow. Mr. Speaker, our leaders in the government have taken a prudent and responsible path for the framework and the development framework of our country. This is the preferred path. And there are other paths, as I had mentioned, Mr. Speaker. Allow me to highlight those possible paths by telling you about a fictional place called Bam Bam Alley. This is a mythical place, Mr. Speaker. It is characterized by professors who espouse a unique philosophy. Its principal motto seems to be, growth is not economic development, and economic development is not growth. As preposterous as that would seem to us mere reasonable mortals, it recommends itself and characterizes its fiscal management by the use of blank checks. We pray, Mr. Speaker, that this fictional place doesn't ever take root in the real world. The Bam Bam Alley philosophy is to ignore every fact. They only deal with rumors and innuendos. Perhaps inspired by this philosophy, we have heard repeatedly the call for feasibility studies. The poster child of feasibility studies, the Honorable Member, Mr. Patterson, spoke this morning. In the last administration, while the Honorable Member was a minister, a feasibility study persuaded him about a bridge across the Demerara River with 3 lanes. A grown man who went to school and university managed to have someone persuade him that your best option for your people is a 3-laned bridge. We all know every bridge everywhere in the world are in even numbers. But no, the philosophy is that we should have a 3-lane bridge. As if that were not enough, we spent more than $100 million of taxpayers' money for that advice. 160, thank you, Attorney General. Additionally, Mr. Speaker, in the vein of the poster child of feasibility studies, a feasibility study was commissioned that said to the people of Guyana, you cannot have a refinery. You are not worthy. A refinery, as we all know, there is a public advertisement for a request for proposals, and Guyana will certainly have its refinery. The Bam Bam Alley economic philosophy, Mr. Speaker, it's dangerous. To reach the apex and pinnacle, it appears you must be a bungalow. Mr. Speaker, you might ask, why a bungalow? There is no upstairs on a bungalow. Mr. Speaker, the Honorable Member, Mr. Jordan, speaks about things he does not know, such as apartheid, and he lectures about roads in Region 5. He fails to tell this House that there were no roads in Region 5 during the time of the APNU government. Mr. Sherwin Holder, the Honorable Member, an exponent of the school and a constant preacher of racism and hate, seems to have forgotten under the last administration, the favorite contractors were Mr. Larry Singh, a bond that held nothing except condoms and lube. Lloyd Singh, Hardat Singh.
I know there are many thousands of Lloyd Singhs and Hardat Singhs, but we have a standing order that says we shouldn't call people names who can't defend themselves.
I appreciate that, Mr. Speaker, but we don't want to forget the letter that was written for a particular contractor to be paid $1.8 billion for the Hags Bosch. So all of a sudden, Mr. Holder did not notice anything about race then. Mr. Speaker, the Honorable Member, Mr. Jordan, spoke about the allocation of health and the drugs. When we speak, Mr. Speaker, we must speak of the record. The record for the Material Management Unit in the Ministry of Health shows that just under 50% of the drugs were supplied to Region 5. And today, it exceeds 85%, Mr. Speaker. It appears a particular drug by the name of petadine is never short in Region 5. Mr. Speaker, the Honorable Speaker also spoke, that is Mr. Jordan, about the x-rays being down. He didn't tell us about the repeated written requests for maintenance under the APNU government. And he doesn't tell you that there are new digital x-rays that are procured in 2022 in Mahika, Myconi, Fort Wellington, digital ultrasound. We speak of the process, Mr. Speaker, but we like to take only half of the story. The honorable member made no mention, absolutely none. And if he had looked in last year's budget, he would have discovered Trafalgar Health Center was allocated 1.6 million, and it was used to improve that health center. Number 7 Health Center, 2.1, which was used. Dundee, Strat-Campbell, Belladrum, Bible Health Center, Britannia, Experiment Health Center, Ithaca, Mora, Rosignol, Woodley Park. These are all contained in last year's budget. And these were the allocations made, Mr. Speaker. The honorable member who wants to say they're not completed needs to read the reports. Now, Mr. Speaker, the member spoke about a river ambulance it was for Maracaibo. He didn't tell this House that in 2019, the APNU government made an upfront payment of $26 million for a river ambulance for that community. And that ambulance has to this day not been delivered. It is still being in Letem. Mr. Speaker, since this government took office, the Maracaibo Health Center has a modern 4x4 ambulance. The same community is able to transport patients to Linden with efficiency, and there is also a new ambulance for the Myconi Hospital. Mr. Speaker, it is important that we understand that when members come and speak in this House and pluck ideas about what they require to be in agreement with the budget, the honorable member who spoke yesterday, Mr. Sears, is it? He said that he thought must be the Bam Ali Economic School of Philosophy. He thought that $1 billion should be allocated to the Wismar Bridge, used by approximately 900 people a day. Now, Mr. Speaker, in excess of 30,000 one way on the Demerara Harbor Bridge. Mr. Speaker, this is what leadership is about. And this is what we need to understand leadership is about. It's about having a budget and making decisions. Making decisions for the population. Everything can't be done. It's like managing any institution or household. You have to prioritize and spend your money on what comes first.
Bam Bam, your time is up.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to ask that my honorable colleague be given time to conclude his presentation.
Thank you, Honorable Minister Teixeira. Honorable Member, you may proceed to conclude in 5 minutes.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, when the projects that have been provided for in Budget 2023 are looked at, you can see across the board, Mr. Speaker, the infrastructure works that are going to last a long time, but they're needed. We have seen, every Guyanese citizen has seen, everywhere a road is built, within 6 months, the 2 sides of that road, you see the development taking place. Mr. Speaker, it is required, the government's obligation is to provide the roadways and the pathways to our vast land. And if we want to develop that land, we have to allow people easy access. Hence the reason highways are required. Hence the reason bridges are required. Because what that does, it has a knock-on effect. What happens is, as long as access is secured, then the development, private citizens and private entrepreneurship can develop those land to produce businesses that will be to the benefit of the entire nation. Mr. Speaker, part of what we must do here is not play games with the truth. Don't say that you care about the people, that you want them to have all of the increases that you speak of, but you never did it. Don't say that you want to improve their lives when you tax them to debt for 5 years. You went after things that nobody knew existed. You had to get a license to ride a bicycle. You needed a license if you had more than 2 dogs. Things that have never cost a citizen before. You maliciously not only went after taxing them, you raised those taxes on what should be paid. In 2020, with the return of the PPPC government, Mr. Speaker, that was thankfully reversed. Mr. Speaker, allow me to say to the Honorable Minister, Dr. Ashley Singh, that we thank him for his hard work. We support the budget. We support the measures in the budget. And, Mr. Speaker, I do humbly commend this budget to the House for passing.
Thank you very much, Honorable Member Gattadin. And now to conclude today's list of speakers is the Honorable Member, Mr. Faisal Chafarali.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm disappointed that the Honorable Member Minister Jordan has decided to depart. Pastor Jordan. Mr. Speaker, I rise on this side of the House to lend my full support to Budget 2023 as presented by our distinguished and brilliant Honorable Minister of Finance in the Office of the President. Allow me to congratulate our Honorable Senior Minister of Finance and the staff of the Ministry of Finance for a well-crafted budget under the theme, Improving Lives Today, Building Prosperity for Tomorrow. Mr. Speaker, Budget 2023 focuses on the developing priorities that will elevate this nation. Clearly, Mr. Speaker, the resources that are located in critical areas, including agriculture, food security, healthcare, housing, education, transportation, water and sanitation, increase direct household income, supporting the Guyanese in need, and continue to improve the lives of all Guyanese. Budget 2023, Mr. Speaker, is a demonstration of this government, of Dr. Mohammed Irfan Ali, ability to prudently manage our country's diverse resources, as well making conscious investment in sectors that will immediately have impact on the daily lives of our people. These critical investments, Mr. Speaker, will go a long way to ensure our people benefit from steady development. The massive infrastructure program will also enhance Guyanese comfort as well. The significant resources allocated to community infrastructure are efforts to hasten to build a cohesive and strong community. Budget 2023 will see resources of this country in equitable distribution across the 10 administrative regions. Every region every town, every community, every village will benefit from our infrastructure development. Mr. Speaker, while I was making notes for my presentation last night, I was trying to compare the development that is taking place over the last 2.5 years under the PPP administration and what took place 5 years under the APNU AFC coalition. And Mr. Speaker, honestly, I could not find any development, absolutely nothing that took place in Region 5 under the APNU AFC coalition. That is what the record are. That is the legacy they left, except they squander $200 million on a so-called model farm. I have news for you, my colleagues on the other side of the house. We are building a modern state-of-the-art hospital at that very venue. Very venue. Mr. Speaker, 2 years ago, after I listened to the Honorable Member Fiscal Jordan, I referred to him as deaf, dumb, and blind. 2 years after, the Honorable Member is deafer, dumber, and blinder. Mr. Speaker, this administration led by His Excellency and these honorable men and women on this side of the house, we believe that there's a time for politics in this country. And it's a time that we have to take our responsibility very serious. And we take our responsibility very serious. And that is why we are governing this country, that every single Guyanese must benefit from the resources of our country. Whether you live at Ithaca, whether you live at Belladrum, whether you live at Bad Settlement, whether you live at Behoop, whether you live at 28, every Guyanese must benefit from the resources of our country. Mr. Speaker, we are a very proactive government. In Region 5, we have 286 ministerial and MP visits to communities across Region 5. 286. And you can check, you can follow me on Facebook. You can follow me on Facebook. And Mr. Speaker, when we go to these communities, we are not going for photo ops. We're going for serious consultation. And we do not look at the textures of one hair or the color of the one skin. We see people. We see people. We listen to their issues. We listen to their concerns. We come back to our offices, discuss with our technical people, and ensure. And I want to draw a few examples. The Honorable Minister of Agriculture, Zulfikar Mustafa, we were invited to go to number 28, a predominant Afro-Guyanese community, and they voted APNU AFC. But they invited us, and we went there. And Mr. Speaker, I called the Honorable Member Vince Ray Jordan, want to be inclusive, to join us. But you know what the residents told us? Mr. Jafar Ali, let that gentleman don't come here. Let that gentleman don't come here. Because for 5 years, for 5 years they did nothing. Nothing for number 28 community. Mr. Speaker, the people raised 2 or 3 concerns with us. There is the desilting of the community drains.
Mr. Speaker,
they discuss.
Honorable Member Ms. Ferguson.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I stand on Standing Order 40. 6, I just heard the honorable member referring to an unparliamentary term, right? Shame is being used and no one is being upgraded in the house.
Honorable Member, with respect to the term, I didn't hear shame, but if you did, we will strike it. Continue, please. And we will check the record for you too.
Yes, Mr. Speaker. There is 3 or 4 issues with us. community drains, road, and they need some assistance to start small business. In less than 2 days, we had the machine distilling and cleaning the community drains. In less than 2 days, we have provided 1,000 black giant chicken to 17 farmers in number 28. 17 farmers. And we went more. We are employing people from the very community to maintain the drains. We are maintaining the drains in the very community. Mr. Speaker, the honorable member, Anil Nandalal, he engaged the community of Plantation Hope. These residents of this community had wanted a title. And in less than a year, just before after Christmas, we went and we deliver the title to the people of Plantation Hope. That is how we operate. The Honorable Member Susan Rodriguez, for 2 years, the residents of Streetcliffe Street, Rosignol, were knocking at the door of Gaiwa in Region 5. The Honorable Member Vincent Jordan was the manager at that time. Just for 20 length of pipe, so they can enjoy potable water. In less than 2 weeks, the residents are enjoying that. That is what we are doing. The Honorable Member Colin Kroll, we went to Burma Housing Scheme and we distributed 300 additional house lots in Region 5. That's how we operate. And Mr. Speaker, while we are going there, they're subtly telling their supporters not to go to our community meetings. They're subtly telling them, the Honorable Juan Edgel, just before Christmas, we went to Ithaca. And we are trying to make the children feel nice for Christmas. We took 1,000 toys and 1,000 bags of goodies. They went around the village telling the people, don't send your children. You know what the people came and they told us? They said, Mr. Edgel, for 5 years, those people were in the office that never came to Ithaca. Never came to Ithaca. This is how we operate. When we are launching the gold scholarship, in Region Honorable Member Priyamani Chan.
Honorable Member Jafar Ali, we have a point of order by the Honorable Member, Ms. Ferguson.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise on Standing Order 40. 1, and seeking clarification on what the Honorable Member just...
Honorable Member, it is 40B.
40B.
Right. And 40B says, for clarification, I'll have to seek the permission of the person currently on the floor. So, Honorable Member Mr. Jafar Ali, would you allow the Honorable Member to seek the clarification from you? I'm not hearing you.
Mr. Speaker, I will proceed with my presentation.
Thank you, Honorable. Honorable Member Ms. Ferguson.
Yes, Mr.
Unfortunately, the Honorable...
But he's misinforming the House.
Well, this is a different... You'll have somebody else speaking. You can correct that based on your information. Go ahead, Honorable.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As was saying, Mr. Speaker, Honorable Priyamani Chan and Honorable Sonia Parag, when they were going to do consultation for the gold project, they went around telling their people, don't worry with these people, the PPP they will not give you anything. I'm happy to report, for the last 2 years, more than 1,200 young people have been able to gain the gold scholarship from Region 5. This is how we operate in Region 5. The Honorable David Indar. The Honorable David Indar at good faith. At good faith. For 5 years, 12 families were not receiving electricity. One visit, and they are now enjoying electricity. That's the real word. Our Honorable Prime Minister, he went to a masjid at Woodley Park, and in less than days they're enjoying free internet. Free internet. This is how we operate, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the Honorable Member, Prince Roy Jordan, buff and pluff for 25 minutes. And he did not say anything. He said that the labs in Region 5 are not working. I just want to share with this House, Mr. Speaker, for 3 months of last year, that's October to December 2022, there were 22,366 tests done at the lab at Fort Wellington. 2,826 patients visit that lab. At Myconi Hospital, from October to December, there were 16,103 tests done at that hospital with 1,981 patients. Mr. Speaker, this is how it is misleading the people of this nation. The gentleman said there is no ambulance in Region 5. There are 3 ambulances in Region 5 operating. 3 ambulances operating in Region 5. He said the x-rays at Fort Wellington and at Myconi is not working. Mr. Speaker, both x-rays are working. And our surgical theaters are in order, Mr. Speaker. Why are these people misinforming this nation? Mr. Speaker, agriculture has been the backbone for Region 5. Region 5 is the largest agricultural region of our country, with more than 100,000 acres in rice and all of that. The Honourable Member was trying to tell us, or tell this nation, or tell this House, that rice farmers are not benefiting in a significant way from the government. Mr. Speaker, between the period of 2015-2020, majority of the farmers were forced to leave the agricultural land because they destroyed infrastructure. The infrastructure collapsed and they increased revenue over 600%. Taxes. When we took office in 2020, in the first 3 months, the Ministry of Agriculture had to spend hundreds of millions of dollars, and today we continue to rebuild what the APNU AFC have destroyed. We rebuilt dams, drainage canal, bridges, sluices. We purchased machinery. Today, if any one of our honorable members on this side, that side of the House, should go to the agriculture community, every square inch of land is occupied. In addition to that, Mr. Speaker, the breeding bull, we have started distribution in Region 5. Look, this is at Belladrum. Mr. Speaker, talking about Belladrum, these people are very disgusting. They want to claim a community building. Had not been the intervention of the residents of Belladrum, who told them that this building belongs to all of us and not to the PNC group. And not to the PNC group. It belongs to the community. And I want to assure the people of Belladrum, this government, led by Dr. Mohamed Irfan Ali, led by our ministers, will not allow a community building to be occupied and become a PNC office. Mr. Speaker.
Honourable Member, as you took a pause there, it's a good time to seek an extension for you to conclude.
Mr. Speaker, I would like to ask that the honourable colleague of mine gets additional time to conclude his presentation.
Thank you, Honourable Minister Teixeira. Honourable Member, You have 5 minutes to conclude your presentation.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, 38 farmers, ordinary people, benefit from 5,000 black giant chicken in Region 5. Another 38 benefited from ducklings from the Ministry of Agriculture. And Mr. Speaker, the Honorable Member Ganesh Mahipal was telling us that he saw some vehicle going house to house assisting poor people. Well, let me say this, Mr. Speaker. In Region 5, and it is public knowledge, we were able to assist 60 poor persons to start their own small business. And let me give you a breakdown. From Ithaca, I want the Honorable Member to hear, from Ithaca, 5 persons. From number 5, 8 persons. From Belladrum, 14 persons. From Fellowship, another 12. And in the heart, at Port, another 4. Mr. Speaker, this is how we operate. We don't see people based on race. We are all Guyanese. I mentioned number 5. We are Guyanese. We are a government for every single person. Mr. Speaker, in education, Mr. Speaker, the Honorable Member Vincent Gordon again attacking our teachers and the education system. I'm happy to report that Region 5 is the first region to attain universal education at the secondary level. At the secondary level, we have already acquired universal education at the primary level. We have modernized and create an environment that is both conducive to learning and teaching. That is what the Ministry of Education is doing. That is what the Ministry of Education is doing, Mr. Speaker. So, Mr. Speaker, as we continue to work, in concluding, Mr. Speaker, I would like to remind the Honorable Member on that side of the House, you have a unique opportunity to join us, to join the One Guyana platform, to join the One Guyana platform. Mr. Speaker, I want